Then log in and fill in the forms. Submit your data and get a QR code to be scanned by the officer of the Ministry of Health. Efforts in minimizing direct contact are being exercised by maximizing various digital and online services at the immigration check, baggage claim area, and all the way to your exit. Pickup and transportation services are in line with the new standard of operation. Your hotel in Bali is also committed to extend its new protocols and procedures. Your baggage will be disinfected as you arrive.
Check one.
Temperature check and check-in process will be done with minimal contact with the staff.
Oke, thank you. Saya mau coba dulu, kita masih punya waktu 10 menit. Saya akan coba dalam 5 menit ya. Ayo, Mbak. Oke, 5 menit saja sebelum, karena kita masih punya 10 menit. Udah. Dah. Ayo mulai. Yuk. Oke, kita hitungan ke 10 ya. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, live.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Namo Buddhaya. Welcome to the International Conference Bali Bounce Back Redefining Our International Market live from Bali, Indonesia. The Honorable Deputy of Marketing, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mrs. Nia Niscaya. The distinguished head of Bali Province Tourism Office, Insinyur Iputu Astawa MMA. The distinguished Vice Chairman of the Accelerations and Recovery Team, Mr. Igusti Agung Ngurah Rai Surya Wijaya, SAMBA. The distinguished Chairman, Indonesian Hotel General Manager Associations Bali Chapter, Dr. Yoga Iswara, BBA, BBM, MMCHA. The distinguished all members of Indonesian Hotel General Manager Association Bali Chapter, the distinguished head of Bali Associations, and all the participants all around the world. My name is Shindi Merita and I am officially welcoming you to this event with honor for those who joining us in the room and also live streaming via Indonesian Hotel General Manager Association's Bali YouTube channel. This event is initiated by Indonesian Hotel General Manager Associations along with Bali Government Tourism Office and Bali's tourism stakeholder for Bali to rise and tourism reactivations. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our program this afternoon, allow me to present you a short video that will remind us of the beautiful of Bali as the island of God. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the videos. Time flies, but nothing changed. I never forget what I love. Born and raised in this lovely island, dream of every faces and memories about the island of God. Above friendship and families, most that I am longing for, smiling in every single moment in time, beat of life and the angel of sun. About the island of God, I want you, I miss you, let's dance and jump together. I wish you got back home and holding hands forever. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue our program by Indonesian National Anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise from your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. We'd like to continue our program by praying sessions.
Om Swastiastu. Dalam acara FGD Bali Bonbex, kami akan menggunakan doa dengan tata cara beragama Hindu. Untuk saudara yang beragama selain beragama Hindu, kami mohon untuk menyesuaikan. Amarang ring swah paramo siwa raditya yanamo swaka amano badra kratawo yantu wiswata Om Yang Widiwasa. Semoga pikiran yang baik datang dari segala penjuru. Puji syukur kami panjatkan kepada ide Sang Yang Widiwasa. Karena berkat rahmat-Nya lah kita dapat berkumpul dalam acara FGD pada hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have a seat. The next program is speech by the opening speech from chairman from Indonesian Hotel General Manager Association Bali Chapter, Dr. Yoga Iswara, BBA, BBM, MM, CHA.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Namo Buddhaya. Salam, salam kebajikan. Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Honorable Deputy Ministry of Tourism, Head of Bali Government Tourism Office, Excellencies, distinguished keynote and invited speaker, as well as distinguished presenter, participant, dear colleague and friend. Welcome to the International Conference, Bali Bounce Back, Redefining Our International Market, live from Bali, Indonesia. This event is initiated by Indonesian Hotel General Manager Association, HIA-GMA Bali Chapter, along with the Bali Government Tourism Office, and supported by the stakeholder of tourism in Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing. However, Bali is remain beautiful. It is very hard, everybody having a difficult year. However, Bali has been hibernated for a long time and longs to wake up for a beautiful sunrise. Today, we need each other more than ever. Tourism continues to be one of the stakeholders of sector that hardest hit by the coronavirus pandemic, and unfortunately, the outlook for recovery is extraordinarily uncertain. Domestic tourism has restarted and is helping to sustain job and business in Bali for temporary. But real recovery will only be possible when the international market return. This requires a global coordinated risk-based solution so travel restriction can be safely lifted. Especially in Bali right now, since June 2020, we have implemented the new standard protocol. We call it as Bali New Era. This program is try to address the cleanliness, health and safety protocol. And in addition, there is another program that initiated by the Ministry of Tourism. We call it as CHSE, which is remain continue until now. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference, there will be 11 panelists coming from 11 countries, and the presenter will address and updates the current market situation. And through this event, it gives us a great pleasure to send and share with you this positive and uplifting communication that all we need is to work together to redefining our market, reconnect with them, and to get the best insight of our future demand. To the end, please allow me to express my appreciation to Bali Government Tourism Office for the continued support, and of course, many thanks to the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. And big thank you to the all panelists, presenter, and also participant, and the organizing committee that make this event possible. Once again, thank you very much. Please enjoy the conference. Keep the faith, stay safety and healthy. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Om. God bless us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next is speech by Head of Bali Province Tourism, Insinyur Iputu Astawa, MMA.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Namo Buddhaya. Salam. Honorable Deputy of Marketing, Ministry of Tourism and Economic Creative, Ibu Nia Niscaya, Excellencies, Chairman of Indonesia Hotel General Manager Association Bali Chapter, distinguished keynotes and invited speakers, as well as distinguished presenter and all participants, welcome to the International Conference, Bali Bounce Back, Redefining Our International Market, live from Bali, Indonesia. First of all, I would like to express my thankfulness that we can conduct this event with the support of Indonesia Hotel General Manager Association Bali Chapter, as well as other stakeholders of tourism in Bali. At this point, we have to stay together, coexist with the coronavirus pandemic, And the most important is how to bring the tourism back to the next normal. Protocol to hygiene is non-negotiable, and trust is becoming the new mantra. Bali has implemented the new era since June 2020. This program is conducted to address the cleanliness, safety, and healthy protocol to ensure that Bali tourism is ready for the new normal standard. Today, we're so glad that in this conference will be attended by 11 panelists from 11 countries, and we hope that we all can learn and observe the current update about market situation so that we can redefining our international market. We really need this wonderful insight for our preparation in case when the border ready to open for international tourists. Once again, thank you to all parties that make this event possible. With great honor, I officially open this international conference. Please enjoy the conference. Om Santi, 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 Om. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to have a keynote speaker by Ministry of Tourism Indonesia, Mrs. Nia Niscaya.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon in Bali. And now I'm live from Seminyak, Bali. And I wish that you are really missed about Bali. I'm sure, I think. First of all, I would like to thank to my colleague, Pak Putu Astawa, Head of Tourism Office of Bali Province, for inviting me to be here this afternoon. And then also I would also extend the appreciation to the chairman of Indonesian Hotel General Manager Association, Bali chapter, for having this prestigious event. And distinguished all invited speakers, I saw some of them I have met several times, like Narita Sang, of course, our marketing representative in Japan, and also Paul from De Jong, Netherlands. We met in January this year. And then I also would like to thank to all the participants for being here with us despite your tight schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now facing in very challenging situation. We have to suppress the spread of COVID-19, but also we have to keep the warmth of the machine of the economy. For that purpose, the government of Indonesia, especially Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, has launched the campaign, the title Indonesia Care. It shows that all the tourism businesses fulfill their protocol. Then the second one that I would like to share with you, that actually in terms of the opening of the border, at the moment, the Ministry of Human Rights and Immigration has launched the new policy on visa, but this is really for essential business. Then for this, you can search on their website, www.visa-online.imigrasi.go.id. And I believe also everyone is waiting for when is the border open for tourists. I think Pak Putu was with me in the conference yesterday. We have a national meeting yesterday with involved the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Immigration. They have presented what they are doing now. But what I would share is the next week, several ministers will come to Bali to check the preparation before we opening the border, since from the airport up to the all the attractions in Bali related to the health protocol especially, and also the how do you say about like health declaration electronic health declaration procedure, the visa policy, including the PCR test and everything. So hopefully after next week there will be good news, but at least the government will launch the opening border a month before the border is open. I think that is that I can share with you all. Not will be long, but maybe you can search in the media how is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs officer has announced. I think that is what I'm going to share with you. Hopefully, we can fulfill the timeline of opening the border. Then we can collaborate again and strengthening our cooperation, as the chairman mentioned, and also the tourism office of Bali, head of tourism office Bali. Bali remains the same, beautiful, attractive. Then we are looking forward to welcome you back again to Bali with the new experiences, and then the smiling of the people around you. Nothing changed. Thank you so much and have a good conference. Thank you, MC. Go back to you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nia Nisyahya. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, speech from Ms. Vice Chairman of the Accelerations and Recovery Team, Mr. Igusti Agung Ngurarai Surya Wijaya, SA BA.
Well, I thank you very much. I'm happy and my honor to join this webinar. And of course, very good afternoon to everyone. I would like to greet also our Excellency, Deputy of Marketing, Tourism Ministry and Economy Creative of Republic Indonesia, the young and the beautiful lady, Ibu Nia Nisyahya. And we thank you for joining this international conference. And also to our college, Director of Tourism
young and beautiful
Province, Mr. Putu Astau MM. And of course, I would like to thanks and appreciate especially to the Chairman of Indonesian General Manager Associations, Mr. Yoga Iswara. Is the one to initiate and to arranging these international webinars. So my name is Rai Surya Wijaya, the Chairman of Badung Tourism Promotion Board, and also I'm the Chairman of the Hotel and Restaurant Association Badung Chapter in Bali. And also I'm the Vice Chairman of the Bali Tourism Recovery. So I really appreciate for this program. It's very useful for us because we can use this time to update some information. Just now we already heard that's already explained by Ibu Nia regarding our preparation for the reopening of the international tourists. Well, so, ladies and gentlemen, especially to our business partner overseas, there are 11 countries to join this webinars. I really appreciate I miss you all, and hopefully very soon we can get in touch when we already reopening our international tourists. I would like to use this opportunity to share some, to highlight some points. First, Bali, you know, last year, 2019, we already achieved international tourists 6.3 million. So 2020, we are totally collapsed, starting especially from the April. It's almost already 8 months. Our business is totally collapsed, and then we many of Balinese people are unemployed. There are more than 300,000 from the hotel and restaurant employees and also workers, and 75,000 is from the transportation, and 360,000 workers from industry, and 550 from trades workers. And also the government lose very potential devisa is 10 billion a month. Can you imagine? It's a lot of money for all of us. And this is we are facing a very difficult situation where this 10 trillions every month is big number, very huge number. We are all from the stakeholders wanted to reopening the international market as soon as possible, because the government tried to reopening for domestic market since 31st of July. It's not enough. The occupancy is average only 15%. So we have a quite big of number hotel room in Bali. We have more than 146,000 hotel rooms. By this occupancy 15%, of course, the hotel management could not running the hotel. Of course, we'll be running loose. So that's why we try to push all the governments to reopening for international markets, because this international market will give a very big impact to the economic of Bali. Bali is depend very much from the tourism sector. So 70% as the leading of Bali economics. And only 16% from the agriculture and 12% from the trades. So that's why we really hope the governments very soon will open reopening. I think it's good moment is December. December a good moment because middle of December, we would like to have the Bali Democracy Forum and also long holiday for Christmas and New Year. So ladies and gentlemen, and especially our valued client from 11 countries, you know already about the Bali. So I don't need to explain about Bali. But Bali, just would like to convince you that we already make the certification and implemented the GHA, the cleanliness, health, safety, and environment sustainability. This is very essential. And then we already trials and they approved by domestic flight, domestic tourists, 10,000 a day, and then we could handle it. And then we have no problem at all with the pandemic COVID. But trust the government of Bali, and especially governor of Bali, the head regions, all in Bali, and also the majors, and even the villagers, more than 1,469 village in Bali already, have we call it the satgas, to monitorings, to do the tracings for every single cases will be tackled immediately. So in Bali, just want to re-invite you, as you know, maybe from the media, Bali case now can handle very smoothly. So the total of recovers more than 90%. And then the deaths, 3%. And positive case still 7%. We're trying to work hard hand in hand to support each other to make the situation getting better. So ladies and gentlemen, and all our business partners overseas from 11 countries, please give us some inputs and update your current situation in the country. Hopefully we can do the good cooperation, all of us, for our future business. And then Bali need to, please help Bali in order to reopening for the international tourists. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's I would like to say thank you again to joining this international conference. And please, I really appreciate and to give, to get a feedback from all our business partners overseas, especially from Australia, from Europe, from Asia, from Japan, and Korea, and India, Tiongkok, every single country to join us. Please give me some input in order to, update to our information, and then would like also to share to our government in order to take the right decision as soon as possible. Once again, thank you very much for joining this international conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we believe one video is never enough talking about Bali as the island of God. So we have another video to keep you updated about new era in Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the videos.
Here we are, at the time when practicing a new way of life is the key to today's travels. As one of the world's most favorite destinations, Bali has implemented a new protocol to welcome you once again, while continuing to prioritize your health and safety right from the very beginning of your arrival. From regular disinfectant procedures to enforcing safe physical distancing and temperature checking, those who wish to enter Bali need to show a negative swab test result and download the electronic health card application form from the App Store or Play Store. Sign up, then log in and fill in the forms. Submit your data and get a QR code to be scanned by the officer of the Ministry of Health. Efforts in minimizing direct contact are being exercised by maximizing various digital and online services at the immigration check, baggage claim area, and all the way to your exit. Pickup and transportation services are in line with the new standard of operation. Your hotel in Bali is also committed to extend its new protocols and procedures. Your baggage will be disinfected as you arrive. Temperature check and check-in process will be done with minimal contact with the staff. The staff is committed to providing immaculate cleanliness and uncompromising hygiene, and also making sure you are equipped with the essentials needed, going the extra mile to keep you safe and comfortable. Hotels also follow the same new procedures in all areas of its guests' facilities, such as the swimming pool. Involving local authorities to build an even safer environment in public areas like the beaches, New protocols are also being practiced for your dining experience, whilst ensuring a hospitable ambience and service. On top of it all, Bali is establishing the readiness of all health services and hospitals on the island, not just for tourism, but for all aspects in everyday life. Simply because, for the Island of Gods, the well-being of humans, nature, and all of its existence is our utmost priority. Bali's new era awaits your new travel story. We are reachable online and on these helplines.
As we can see, Bali remained the same. It's beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to ready another one step ahead to begin our conference today. But before that, let me introduce two moderators that we have today. First is Mrs. Francisca Handoko, CHA, CHIA, CHRM, along with Angga Adiguna, CHA. And here it is. We have another program, so enjoy the conference.
So good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to the live streaming of the international conference, Bali Bounce Back, Redefining Our International Market. So we have few minutes left. Before we start with the interview. We would like to call, sorry, the sound. Okay, So we would like to start with an interview with someone that can represent our hotel industry. We would like to call Ibu Diah Ajung, our Executive Director from Bali Hotels Association. Good afternoon, Ibu Diah.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So just one question. We know how many hotels are under BHA, and what do you say about their readiness to accept the international market back to their hotel?
Thank you, Francisca. So BHA right now we have 154 members. And out of 154 our members, we have around 95 hotels that's already CHSE verified by the Bali Tourism Office, government offices. And we are ready right now. Just a matter of fact that we are actually waiting for the government to open the borders. And our members, all of them are ready to be certified and also in middle of waiting now still. I think that's about it that we can say, Bu. So 94.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So that's some words from Ibu Diah representing Bali Hotels Association. Now we have Pak Gede Riki Sukarta. He will be representing another association which is called Bali Villa Association. So we have hotels here in Bali. We also have villas in Bali. So Pak Riki, welcome. So can you stand over here? Okay, so same questions like how many members you have under Bali Villa Associations and how do you say about your readiness to accept all the international back to Bali?
Thank you. Siska. Om Swastiastu. Good afternoon, everyone. Bali Pila Association is still under go of Indonesia Hotel Restaurant. Yeah, our members is more than 100 actually. In Bali, we specific sell villa with private swimming pool. Of course, as a member of Indonesia Hotel Restaurant Association, we already ready provide protocol in regard with cleanliness, healthy safety, and environmental.
Thank you, Pak Riki. Thank you for your time, for sharing with us that all our hotels and villas here in Bali, of course, is under PHRI, which is the Hotel and Restaurant Association Indonesia Bali chapter. We are all ready to receive the international back to Bali. It's just a matter now. Please, government, help us, open the border. So hashtag open the border, hashtag open the border. Now I'm calling my partner in crime today. So I have my partner in crime, Bapak Angga, my partner in crime. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Angga. So I leave the mic to you.
Thank you, Bu Siska. Well, very nice interview. Let me continue the interview to some of chairman of associations. Yep. First, can I call for chairman of associations, Indonesia Housekeeper Association, Bapak Nyoman Sugiarto Chesti. Good afternoon, Pak Nyoman. Very glad to have you here. So, thank you so much. Then we would like to hear from you. What is your preparations? How do you prepare your readiness in 2021 in terms of your associations and as well as in your hotel, Pak Nyoman, please.
Thank you for the timing. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So allow me to little bit introduce from the housekeeping side. Yeah, I'm the chairman of Indonesia Housekeeper Association Bali, which is we are ready to welcome you in Bali with safe and secure, because we are at the moment some hotel or my property was certified by verify of the cleanliness, health, safety, and environment. So so we are ready actually. So and then we are from housekeeping also did several times to do what we call a webinar, what we are going to do, opening the hotel post-COVID-19. So actually we are ready, and then we hope that all international border will be open, and then so we are ready to welcome tourists to Bali. Thank you.
Second questions, Pak. Thank you, Pak. Then the last questions, what's your message or your hope to our government for the futures, probably in the short future, 2021, Pak? Thank you.
I think our government is aware about what happened in Bali right now. So so many people lost the job, and then so I think so we are ready from the tourism side to welcome the tourists. So I need the commitment from our government also to be ready, open the border, and we are ready.
Thank you, Pak. Very sharp message that we are ready from the associations of Indonesia Housekeeper Association. Thank you, Pak Nyoman. Well, next we still have another one from the chairman of Frontliner Associations, Bali chapter, Bapak Igusti Nyoman, Bapak Igusti Ngurah Alit Susila. Thank you, Pak. Could you please have your time? Same questions, Pak. Probably a little bit closer, Pak. A little bit closer, yeah. Same questions, Pak. What is your preparations in facing 2021 in terms of your associations as well as in your hotel, Pak? Thank you.
Thank you, Bangga, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is on behalf of Hotel Frontliner Association, Chapter Bali. My name is Alit. Okay, regarding the Wasmin Welcoming 2021, this is most of our member. This is in front of Frontliner, which is Wasmin under hotel. This is we already Wasmin preparing about a new era, which is this is for the Wasmin we do the implementation about the healthy protocol standard, which is we common we know this is CH what's mean KHSA, and then most of the what's mean our member also this is already done for this one. our member right now, this is 186. This is really, this is 80% already do this standard. Thank you.
Very nice, Pak. So in short term that you ready to welcome the guests again. Thank you. Last question, Pak. What is your message or hopes to our government? Thank you, Pak.
Our hope, this is for our government. This is we are very happy. This is our border, what's mean international border. This is open, and then luckily this is we have the guests or tourists come to Bali again, and then we can what's mean continue our life, which is as you know, this is nowadays. This is all the our member. This is stay at home. This is just do the the protocol. What's mean healthy protocol, and then once this is the international borders is open, and also this is the what's mean support by us also. This is we do the healthy protocol in and implementation this CHA, and then what's mean and we hope that we can back again to the what's mean our hotel. Thank you. So this means we are very happy to what's mean if the government what's mean open the international border and back to our hotel. Thank you.
Wonderful, Pak Ngurah Khalid. Thank you so much for your time as well, Pak Nyoman. Really appreciate your time. It's an honor to have you here. So everybody in the world, all the viewers in the world, we already been see that everybody is in Bali. Love to welcoming you back again in this island of God. Thank you. So I will give the time back to the MC. Because we still have time. Because we still have time, right? Yeah. Start. All right. Thank you so much. So going to the stage.
So good afternoon, everybody. Again, welcome to the Bali Bounce Back, redefining our international market. We're going to start talking to our speakers from their respective market in 5 minutes time. So everybody, please be ready. A brief. So every presenter we have will have 15 minutes slot to speak. So there are going to be 11 speakers for today. We're gonna have a short break in the middle of the after 5 presenters, and then we're gonna have a short break, and then we're gonna continue with the another 6 presenters. So please allow me to open my mask. So operator is the first presenter. I think it's going to be the Australia market. Yep, it's ready. So I'm just gonna share with you the background. The Australia market has been supporting Bali for so many years. And for last year, Australia ranked #1 as a Bali supporter. They are sending 1,247,000 packs last year. So it was the biggest supporter of Bali. Unfortunately, the speaker cannot be live with us, but I had the opportunity to spoke with him yesterday. So we actually taped the interview with him yesterday. So operator, please. This is Mr. Jamie O'Brien. He's the product manager of Asia Escape Holidays. Okay, so we are on recording. Good morning, Jamie from sunny Bali.
Good morning, Francisca from sunny Perth in
Okay,
Australia.
so Australia, of course. That's you at your home, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
This is our sort of normal. Some days we go to the office, some days we stay at home.
Same here with Bali anyway. Can we start with the 5 questions that I'm gonna ask you? So first one, okay, so how much do you and your customers want to visit or revisit Bali based on your own market survey?
Well, as you know, Francisco, Australians have had a strong connection with Bali and Indonesia for many, many, many years. So I don't think there's any question about them wanting to return to Bali. For sure, there is going to be pent-up demand, and by that I mean that people have been isolated. The Australian international borders have pretty well been shut since April, so our customers, our consumers haven't been able to go anywhere. Even our own domestic borders have been shut, so they've been very much confined to their own cities and their own states. So as soon as there's a...
Oops, sorry, hold on. Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry, yes.
Yeah, as I said before, even the Australian domestic borders have been shut, not only the international. So there is absolutely no question that there's pent-up demand for when the green light is given for Australians to travel internationally. Now, whether that's Bali or anywhere in South Asia or the Northern Hemisphere, the Australian market is wanting to get on the move. And it's been a long year, as it has been for you and Australia and globally. It's been an extremely long year. So the holiday market will be there once that there's some positive news about international travel. So don't worry about Bali being pushed to the side. They will return, and I've got absolutely no doubt that they'll come back in strong numbers. It may be staged, but for sure that even your repeat market will be the first to return. New market, that may be always a little bit slower, but the repeat market will definitely wanting to travel and holiday again overseas.
Okay, great to hear that. So it's we are looking forward for the Australian market to come back. Second question, Jamie. So if Bali is going, let's just say if, okay. So if Bali is going to be open for international tourists by January, let's say, to 2021, how early will you be able to start sending your clients to Bali? For example, 1 week or 1 month, or I don't know. So you need to take into considerations also the flights availability, and let's say you need to also take into consideration when is Australia gonna let the citizens to go traveling overseas.
Oh, it's a big unknown, Francisca. I don't think we're going to need very long from when we're given a green light, but the Australian government is very strong and very strict on allowing, I would think, the market to start departing. Even if Bali does open internationally for tourists from January, each government around the world, I would think, would have their own restrictions on that, even though Bali may be open. The Australian government, from what I can tell, will be, I think, reluctant just to let people start flying. Globally, as we know, the vaccine information coming out is positive, and that is around the world, and Australia is also preparing for that. But there's still so many unknowns. We don't have any concrete information yet on when that vaccine is going to arrive and how they're going to distribute it, how people are going to be vaccinated. But for sure, whenever that information does come through, and I'll just reiterate that there's been no concrete information from the Australian government yet, but soon as there is, then it becomes, what are the airlines going to do? How are they going to then start reintroducing all their frequencies back into Asia, back into Bali? And that's another unknown. So you've got the Australian government unknown, you've got the airlines unknown. What else? There's the consumer. That's not a question. They will come back, but they're not going to be able to just they're not just going to be able to take off. It's going to require government approval.
Okay, so but anyway, in the news, I read so many news like the Australian government will not allow its their citizens to go overseas until I think second semester of 2021. Is that valid?
Oh, you know what the media is like, Francisca, over the years, particularly with their love affair with Bali.
Of course.
They love talking about Indonesia and they love talking about Bali, the media. There is a lot of media reports out there about the second half of 2021, but at no stage has the Australian government come out and said that's a definite. So fingers crossed, yes, the back half of 2021. I would think it's probably unlikely before then, just based on no concrete information. One, we still don't have the vaccine yet. Obviously, the news is positive that is possibly coming. Mid 2021 is probably more realistic. How quickly they can get it distributed is another thing. So unlikely before mid 2021, but things happen
but nothing
fast.
concrete, right? Nothing. So it's the same with us. Yeah.
Nothing concrete. So the media reports are frequent about all sorts of things when it comes to the virus. But until you have the Australian government or the Indonesian government coming out and saying they're rubber stamping everything around travel, we just have to sit and hope that, and fingers crossed, that we can start preparing for the back end of 2021.
Yeah. So basically, at the end of the day, government is the first one to say, okay, yes, you can travel overseas. Second, flights availability. If that's too okay, customer wise, Australian, let's go and have a holiday to Bali, right?
No, I think that's a good summary, Francisco. I think that is pretty well where it's at. The consumer and the tourism operators, like in Australia and around the world, they know that as soon as they push the button, the bookings will start to come in. So yeah, consumers never, I don't think, an issue once they've been given the thumbs up.
Okay, all right. So next questions. What is your view in regards of the existing Indonesian government rules and regulation or requirements for entering the country at this moment? So let me update you. What the existing one now is that you need to apply for e-visa as a traveling document, and then you need to have travel insurance, and then you have to have a certain amount of money, or we call it deposit, in your bank account, and then you also have to get a negative valid PCR test. I think that's the requirements, coming to Indonesia at this moment, although it is still on business purposes. But do you think that will apply can that be applied for the tourist one?
There's a few unknowns there, I guess, because we haven't tested that model, so to speak, yet. Consumer may be reluctant based on that type of process. Seamless sells, so whatever is the most seamless situation to get people travelling, they won't want any roadblocks. But bearing in mind, I would think things like the testing side of things, I would think that the Australian government would want people vaccinated first before. Yeah,
okay.
So I think the vaccination will be required from an Australian government point of view. Obviously, the Indonesian government, I'm not 100% sure. From an insurance point of view, I think that will be mandatory. Like Indonesian government, by the sounds of it, is already wanting that. I can see a lot of press currently around insurance companies building new policies that will incorporate cover for the virus. So that is positive. I'm sure they've been working on that. As for Australians having to show their bank accounts, that's probably a bit of an unknown, to be honest. They don't really do it now for leisure travel. So whether they do that in the future, that's unknown. But I think if the Australian government and the Indonesian governments work together, which I'm sure they will, things like mandatory vaccination and mandatory insurance will be an absolute must.
Okay. Next question. In your opinion, what do you think about Bali readiness for the new normal of the health and safety protocols?
I guess defining what is the new normal.
Mask.
Yeah, that's
social distancing.
Yeah, and each country has already been having to implement those sort of processes. If you just talk, if you talk about Australia as a big country like Indonesia, like each state has different requirements. In Western Australia, we haven't had to worry about wearing masks.
Really?
But social distancing was required. But if you talk places like Victoria in Australia, masks were mandatory. So It probably depends on where they're coming from as far as the new normal. And you got to remember that the landscape changes rapidly and daily. So what the requirements might be now
might not be
is
required tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, we can't.
What is not required now probably required in 7 days from now.
Yeah,
We
there's
don't
a
know.
there's a saying, don't put the cart before the horse, which means it's sort of we don't want to jump ahead without actually knowing what's going to happen in 6 months, 3 months. But all the planning is good. From what I can see from various social media channels that I look at, Bali is doing everything possible as far as from a hotel point of view, from what I can see about all the right processes in place. But then you've got the Bali community as well, an Indonesian community that, you know, it's super important that people keep following what the government requirements are, because the longer it takes for this to happen is the delay for tourists to arrive. So everyone has to keep doing their bit to make it better, whether that's face masks, whether it's social distancing, sanitizing. It's all super important, and I'm sure the Bali community can follow that, and so will the tourists.
One last question, okay? So I think this is the most important one actually. What is your suggestion to our government, in this case, Bali government, to better prepare welcoming tourists from your country?
Well, constant communication, I guess, and that's constant communication at the highest possible levels. That's not, you know, you and I can talk every other day.
Blah, blah, blah.
We can keep talking, but unless at a very high government level that both countries are comfortable what they've been introducing, you know, whether that's the Indonesian, you know, talking to the ambassadors of both countries, the embassies, and I'm sure that's probably already going on behind the scenes anyway. But without their, I think, you know, that rubber stamping of allowing travel between the, you know, people talk about the bubbles and travel between two countries. There's a lot of work that's going to go into that. And hopefully that constant dialogue is still there between Indonesian government or Bali government, Bali tourism with the Australian government. I think the Australian government knows the numbers that are going into Bali, into Indonesia from Australia. They know what an important market it is for both countries.
Both countries.
And it's close. You know, we're talking, you know, Perth, Bali is only three and a half hours.
Yeah.
So it's not a long distance, but as we've seen, this virus likes to travel. So
not only humans, but the virus also likes to travel, right?
They love to travel. So you know, at the end of the day, it really will come back to a worldwide vaccine.
So you do agree that Bali government need also to push to the national government, basically, you know, hello national, Bali needs you to push, right? Open, please.
Keep talking, talking to the right people.
Keep talking. All right.
Keep talking to the right people. And that's obviously at an embassy and an ambassador level.
Okay. All right, Jamie. I think that's the 5 questions that we're going to ask you today. Thank you very much. You want to say
Francisca.
hi to everybody else here in Bali?
Oh, it seems such a long time ago, doesn't it? You know, I think I was in Bali in something around the 25th of January this year, and I could see at the immigration desk masks just starting to be worn at the airport, and you think, and I thought to myself, something's not quite right here. And then obviously within weeks and within days, you know, we're talking about a global virus. That's outside everyone's control, but we can all keep doing our bit to get people on the move again, hopefully very soon. Well, mid 2021, fingers crossed, hopefully even earlier. But Australians do have that love affair with Bali, and I'm sure they'll come back in great numbers.
Okay, then, Jamie, thank you very much.
Thanks, Francisca.
I see you when I see you.
You will. Okay. 2021.
Oh, all right then. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So thank you. That was my unofficial taping interview with Jamie. I've known him for the past 20 years. So next, I will let my partner in crime today, Angga, to continue.
Thank you, Ibu Siska. Thank you, Ibu Siska. That was a very nice interview with Jamie, your old brothers. All right. After we having a good interview with Australian market with Jamie O'Brien from Asia Escapes, now I would like to hear from another important country that giving production to Bali since many, many years ago, of course, a neighbor country of Indonesia from Malaysian market. So I would like to call Mr. Edward T. Is he ready?
Yeah, I'm here. Good.
Ready? Mr. Edward T?
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, good. Good afternoon.
Great. Can you raising up the volume a little bit?
Raise
Perfect.
up the volume a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's already raised. Yeah.
You good? You hear me very well?
I hear you very well, very clear. Yeah. Good afternoon to you.
Perfect. So welcome, Mr. Edward T. We love to have you here. It's an honor. Yeah, please allow me to introduce Mr. Edward T first. Mr. Edward T is a Managing Director of Global Tour Management in Kuala Lumpur. Of course, as a neighbor country, Malaysia has a huge number of visitors. I take from the 2019 numbers, it's 180,000 people coming into Bali and ranked number 10 coming to Bali in 2019. So we would like to hear some feedbacks from you, Mr. Edwards. So, we already been passed to you 5 questions. Hopefully you have been figured it out. Going straight to the questions, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, thank you. First questions, how much do you or your customers want to visit or revisiting Bali? Based on a survey, or maybe your company having a survey before. Please, Mr. Edwards.
All right. Based on our observation, ever since Malaysia was hit with this pandemic, somewhere in late March, we have gone through a period of a lockdown for almost 3 months. And I think during this 3 months period of lockdown, people are so stressful and they are really looking forward to travel immediately. And of course, we have seen some improvement in our pandemic back in May or June, and the government had decided to open up the domestic interstate traveling for the Malaysian people. And we have seen a sudden surge or increase in terms of domestic traveling when Malaysian opened up the interstate borders. So from what I observed is that people just couldn't wait to revisit Bali or visit Bali immediately when the international borders are open.
Thank you, Mr. Edward. That was very nice.
Yeah, and from our observation, there's one more point which I would like to add on is that the moment we open up our domestic market for the interstate travelers, beach destination has become very popular and very high in demand, and it's the first choice of destination that people would like to choose for their own holidays.
All right, so the beach holiday will be interesting thing for Malaysians in the next, if the borders Bali borders opens. So that was like what you say, Mr. Edwards. So Mr. Edwards, a little bit another questions for you. What do you think about the travel corridor in Asians itself? Have you been heard about that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Have you ever heard about the travel corridor in between Asians? Is Malaysia involving in that? Have you ever heard about that? So what do you think about that, Mr. Edwards?
No, we have not heard anything about that. And only for work-related matter, where I think the ASEAN countries, or mostly the Asia country, they only allow for business travelers, but not for leisure travelers. That's what we were told.
All right. So I read from the source as well that since September that you only open for long-term citizens borders, right? So
yes.
We look forward to Malaysian border open for normal tourism, Mr. Edwards. So we're moving to the next questions, the second questions. So if Bali border opens internationally by January 2021, so how early all the Malaysians would like to coming to Bali?
As I mentioned earlier, Malaysians, we are after the lockdown, most of them are actually very stressed out. So I believe it's that when the borders are open, people will just want to travel immediately. And I will categorize them into three different categories here. One is the one that is very who is going to travel immediately, and as they have been stressed out, during the lockdown. And second category are those who are actually afraid to travel, but they will just wait and see attitude to see how is the conditions in every country. And the third one will be those who are too afraid to travel and wait till everything is stable and they will travel again. So from our side in Malaysia, I will see that there will be an immediate booking, for onward reservations. It can be in January or it can be in February for the first category. And our main target now is on the second category, where people who want to travel but they're afraid to travel and they are waiting to look and see attitude. So we observe that we should target for this second category, and that's where the social media plays an important part, where, if they see many people posting pictures about Bali and they feel that Bali is safe to travel, so that is where we can actually have encourage them to travel immediately. As long as both countries agreed upon opening the international border, I believe, there will be a sudden surge, because when we open our interstate borders for Malaysia domestic market, there is a sudden surge in terms of travelers. Hotel occupancy has improved from single digits to 70 to 80%, and particularly the beach destination.
Well, thank you, Mr. Edwards. So in short term, that everybody in Malaysia would like to immediately coming to Bali, if I can say. Yeah, I hope that including Upin and Ipin. Eh? So third question, Mr. Edwards. Third question, Mr. Edwards. What is your opinions about Bali readiness for the new normals of health and safety protocols?
I believe Bali is, same as other countries like Malaysia. They have fully prepared to welcome the visitors. And we hope that the standard operating procedures, or what is known here as SOP, is put in place right from the strictly right from the arrival at the airport, transportation, hotels, and restaurants and places of interest. So, to make sure that the customers feel safe when they travel. And most important is that to update us on the information as to Bali, whether it's under the green state zone or whether it's under the red state zone, because we need to be informed clearly so that the customers will feel very safe.
Thank you. So you are very concerned, having highly concerns of health and safety protocols. So we have to clearly state that Bali is really completely ready for health and safety protocols. So all the Malaysians are really confident to visiting Bali again. So that's what I'm going to say, Mr. Edwards, right?
Yes, correct. Because over here, actually, right now, we are, I would say that Malaysians are all very disciplined. That means, we practice social distancing, we wear masks when we go to public places, we don't travel in groups, So that is why we hope to, bring the figures down here so that things will get back to normal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Of course, we, an association as well as our governments, will have a clear statement that we are all ready with the health and safety protocols. Now we are in the stage of verifying all of the hospitality industry in Bali with health, safety, and even environment protocols itself. Soon we will declare it to the world that we are ready for that. Yeah, so get ready for that, Mr. Edward.
Yep.
Next questions, number 4. What is your view regarding existing Indonesian government regulations or requirements for entering the country, including Bali, some such kind like travel documents or e-visa, travel insurance, some deposit requirements, and also the PCR tests.
All right. From this point, I would like to actually give my opinion. Basically, when we talk about e-visa, as we know, Malaysia in the past, we do not need a visa to travel to Bali. But if this were to be imposed, so I think it would deter the consumer or the tourists from traveling to Bali, because I believe there will be additional costs involved, if I'm not wrong, once this e-visa is imposed. So people may think twice whether they should or they should not travel to Bali, or should they travel to any other ASEAN destination instead of Bali. Because there is, as it is, we know that this pandemic has hit everyone very badly in terms of economically, and there are people are losing jobs, people are getting pay cut, and or go for unpaid leave. So I think Bali tourism should reconsider in imposing this e-visa, and travel insurance is not an issue, because travel insurance, as in the past, we actually encourage everyone who travel overseas to actually to purchase the travel insurance before they travel. And deposit requirement, I think if it is just based on the amount of money that they do have in their bank account, that shouldn't be an issue at all. But when it comes to PCR tests, I think, yes, that's mandatory, because they want to feel safe also when they travel, and that can be done in Malaysia. But of course, this can be, we can inform them in advance. But please reconsider on the e-visa thing, because this will be a setback for the tourists to travel to Bali.
Yeah, sure. Good to hear for that. The e-visa is going to be a concern because previously Malaysians have a free visa to Bali, and
yes,
to Indonesia as well. Yeah, of course, this is going to be a concern. This will be, we will raise this to the governments that please bring back the free visa from Malaysia to Indonesia.
Yeah, because
so we will
as
take
it
note
is,
on this,
if I may just add on, because they have to go through the PCR test. So if we impose too many inconvenience to the tourists, I believe they will think that it's too troublesome, and they will rather choose other destination that is more flexible in terms of traveling to their countries.
All right, very note on that. So I hope that those requirements will be simpler by the government, so we will bounce back the tourism industry between Malaysia and Indonesia. The last questions, Mr. Edwards. So what is your suggestion for Bali government to better prepare the welcoming tourists from your country, Mr. Edwards?
Okay, my suggestion for Bali government to be prepared in welcoming the tourists, I would like to say is that do not open up in full capacity first. I mean, for example, every hotel should run a capacity of 50% of their room inventory instead of 100%, because what we're concerned is that there will be a surge or second wave of this pandemic or third wave of this pandemic, especially when during breakfast time and where we have too many people in the restaurants. For example, like the swimming pool, there should be some SOP that restrict the number of people using the pool at one time. So go in stages, not immediate, that you want to see a surge in tourist arrival, but probably run at a 50%. And as it goes, if we see things has improved, that's where we can go slowly and welcoming more and more tourists to Bali. And also set a quota for each country entering Bali, probably from time to time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edwards. So you are concerning on the numbers of persons entering Bali, as well as the person are staying in the hotel itself. So until this time, we've been implementing the limitations, number of persons are staying in the hotels, number of persons using the restaurants as well as meeting rooms. So this today we have already been implemented in Bali. Surely we will going to continue that implementations when opening the international borders to Bali.
Yeah, because Because as we know, Bali has opened up the domestic travel to other parts of Indonesia. So there will be we know, because we are not sure whether which state in Indonesia that is considered high risk. So that is why Bali has to be prepared to take into consideration all this point.
Sure, because Bali is the international destinations from the world. Of course, we have to be prepared very well before we welcoming back all the tourists from all around the world. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Is there any close statement that you want to say to us?
Basically, no, we are actually ready here. Once the borders are open, I'm sure we will see an influx of tourists to Bali. That is for sure. And please keep us posted from time to time on the situation in Bali, especially, so that we can give assurance to all our tourists here that Bali is safe to travel now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. That was a great closing statements. Really happy to hear that words from you. Surely we'll be in touch in a short time. Thank you so much, Mr. Edwards. Please stay with us.
Thank you.
Now we're going to the next. Thank you so much. We are going to the next speakers. Please, Ibu Francisca Handoko.
So for the next speaker, it's going to be Mr. Tim Laugesen. He's the director of Travel to Bali. He will be presenting the Denmark market, and because he is not available at this moment for live streaming, so we taped the video yesterday. Operator?
Hello, Bali, and thank you for the opportunity to give some advice so we hopefully can send in guests back to Bali. I will try to do my best to answer the question you sent to me. You ask about how much our customer want to visit Bali again. I'm pretty sure that there is a lot of people who want to travel to Bali as soon as possible. Right now, many Danish people have only been able to travel in Denmark this year. Of course, there is a lot of people have been intimidated, especially the older people, but there is also a lot of people have a big desire to travel again because they have been at home so long time. Right now, 20% of the guests we cancel this summer have rebooked for next summer. You ask about if Bali open for tourists in January next year, how soon can we start to send guests? The first thing we have to do is Bali and Indonesia open their border, and after we need international flight company to fly directly to Bali. It's very important Bali understand the system we have in Europe, where all the member states have guidelines for traveling around the world. We have a system say green, it's safe to travel to the country if the land is marked with pink, beware and don't travel for tourist only business. If a country is red, that means the government not allowed or advised do not travel. And right now, all the country in the world is red. That means the government say it's not safe to travel, and the big problem is no insurance company will cover if guests travel. You also have to understand the European Union collect data from all countries in the world about Corona, and they follow the situation, how all the country handle the situation, the pandemic. And right now, they mostly have the focus on the country in Europe. I'm afraid it will take minimum 3 months before they will consider to open up and for the citizen to travel outside EU. You ask about what about the new normal for health and safety protocol in Bali. I have just returned 2 weeks ago from Bali, where I stayed 4 weeks. And what I see is very, very good. All the shop, the hotel, the restaurant have good safety and follow the protocol. And I will say they much better prepared what we do in Europe, example. So about the hotel, the restaurant, you don't need to do more. The most important is that you telling the world what you do and inform them about your health protocol. You also ask about the existing regulation from your government. The rules right now change many times. For me to go there to Bali was very, very complicated. The big problem is it seems like no one can find out the rules, and especially not the immigration in Indonesia and Bali. Indonesia, example, have the EHAC application, but Bali have their own system, and nobody check, even they require we fill out this system. Bali need very quickly to make very simple rules, and it's very important you be sure that the immigration staff follow and understand these rules. First thing we need is that you make free tourist visa again. Example, can you ask for a PCR test maximum 7 days old, and maybe at arrival make a quick test. Follow the situation about vaccine. It seems like the vaccine will be released first in the new year, and maybe make a rule and say if someone come to Bali and they can show documentation for vaccine, this is also allowed to enter Bali. You ask about government could do to prepare to welcome tourists again. One thing is very important, that Bali and especially Indonesia must test much more people, and they have to be totally open to the world about what they do for the pandemic. First, when your government is open and open about all the number, how many infection, how many dead people, how many you test every day, this is very important. I think the world, the country around the world will consider to open up. Right now, no one trusts the number because they're not open about what they do in Indonesia. As I see it, the most important is that Bali and Indonesia test much more people and be very open official with all the result. And I will advise Bali to make like a protocol where they show they can take care of everything. It could be like, what do Bali require to guest visit and arrival in Bali? What do Bali example do for the quick test if people arrival? Do they follow the people and do they have quarantine hotel for people maybe infected by when they make the quick test? Also very important, which hospital can handle if someone is infected and take care of the corona situation in Bali. And of course, mention all the steps the tourist industry in Bali do to take care of all the visitors. I think Bali must take the leads. I don't think your government in Indonesia can handle this. It seems like they're not want to take this serious like Bali. So make a detailed welcome protocol, and maybe this can convince the world, the country around the world, that Bali is safe. We need that when the European Union look not only at Indonesia, but say, Indonesia, we don't trust, but it seems like Bali know how to handle this situation. And that's why we will advise the member state to open up for Bali. I hope you can use the advice from Denmark, and good luck to everyone, and hopefully I see you soon. Bye-bye.
So that's Tim. Thank you, Tim. So if I can conclude some points from the interview that was done. First of all, that we, Bali, have to take the lead as the sample of a clear SOPs or standard operating procedures for the international, starting they come to Bali from the airport until they leave again from Bali to their origin country back in Europe. Bali or Indonesia needs to become a green zone or a green country for the European market to come back and travel internationally. And then for sure, Bali also needs to prepare the SOPs about hospitals or what to do with the international market if something happens with them while they are in Bali. And then I think some inputs about free visas also mentioned by Tim, and also another PCR. Can the PCR test if the vaccine already out, if the international market comes with the vaccinated certificate, they do not need to do another PCR test. I think that's the conclusion of the interview. Do you have anything to add, Angga?
A little bit add, Ibu Siska. So very interesting, Mr. Tim, that you are really expressing your idea. Because I know that you are saying that what you have been experiencing in Bali, you've been arriving in Bali a couple of weeks ago and just coming back. Yeah. From that experience, I believe that you can bring that information to the people who would like to book Bali holiday for your customer as well. So what we're going to do here in Bali is to simpler the regulations, rules and regulations to enter Indonesia and Bali. Thank you, Bu Siska. I think that's all I want to add.
So next, I think it's your turn for the Japanese or Japan market. Is the speaker ready?
Good afternoon, Mr. Narita-san.
Good afternoon.
Very nice to hear from you.
Yeah,
it's an honor to have you here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
So, Mr. Narita-san.
Hi.
Yeah, we will read about your profiles, read your presentations. Very nice to hear from you that you are presenting in a Visit Indonesia Tourism Office in Tokyo, Japan. Yep. Yeah. Mr. Narita-san, you started your career as a director for overseas divisions as international developers in International Developer Inc. corporations in 23 years. Oh, that's a very long time. And you moved to the airlines industries as general manager of Vietnam Airlines in Japan. And then you back to International Developers Inc. corporations as a president. And then you continue with wealth of expertise in your knowledge. Narita-san established vacation marketing corporations in 2004 and was appointed as Visit Indonesia Tourism Officers in Japan since 2005. Very impressive, Narita-san. If I can inform you, or the viewers, numbers of visitors from Japan in 2019 is 257,000 visitors to Bali and ranked number 6 to Bali. It's a very huge producer for Bali. Yeah. Well, Mr. Narita-san, are you ready to present your presentations?
Yeah, okay, I will.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, can I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And
Good
then,
afternoon, Narita-san.
yeah, yeah. And I'm very honored to be here today for joining your webinar. And then I would like to introduce and explain the Japanese market related with the 5 topics given by the committee today. Yeah. Okay, next please. And Japanese visitors to Bali. For the agenda topic number 1, I should say Bali is a very important destination for Japanese travel industry and holidaymaker to visit as well. And then I would like to introduce Dr. Japanese outbound already here. Okay. Now in the 2019, recorded more than 20 million. This 20 million is a record high. And then we expected this year, 2020, getting more, but like this, so no way, you know. And then next please. Next page, please. Okay. And then this is the data for age and gender for 2019. And then this data, I hope you look at for male, vacation market, age 35, 49, and 50, 64. This is the very, potential market. And then for female, the very recently, we are promoting Joshitabi market for lady trip, mostly millennium generation, and after that, over 40 people. This is very important for our future market. Next, please. And then, 2019, Indonesia share only 2.6% in the total of the Japanese visitor to overseas. Yeah, next, please. And then this is the history of the Japanese visitor to Indonesia. And next, please. And then this is one the history for Japanese visitor to Bali. And then the one thing, last year, Air Asia suspended the flight between Japan and Indonesia, but still, there are still no significant decline from the previous year since Japan travel agent tried to find many possible way of flight connection from Japan to Bali. So this is the how our Japanese travel agency tried to do our best. So that's why I can say, you can see how Bali is very important for Japanese market. Next. And then this data is a repeater. Repeater to Bali, you can find you get 44.5% for 2019. So which is the increasing compared to the 2018. And so the repeater is also the one of the big important market for the visiting Bali. And then beside that, I want to tell you, after Corona, actually Bali will still have a good opportunity to welcome more new visitors with theme of healing and relaxation. As you know, the pandemic period, many people stay home and they're frustrated. So right after the open, they rush to the Bali, I hope, and then they just the spa and the healing and the relaxation in the Bali. So that's why I want to also the promoting after that. Next, please. And then the second one is how soon Japan visit to Bali. And then here, I would like to introduce you the two surveys, which was the one is the JOTC Destination Seminar Webinar, which is by JATA, November 17. So this one is our ministry also joined this webinar. And then the another survey, online media bursaries. Next, please. And then the first one, the after Corona, expecting it to starting to go abroad. When? So most of people say after April 2021, which is 92%. And for January to March 2021 is only 7%. But now on the online media, they're selling Bali starting from January 11 or January 13, 2021. So, and then if still pandemic is on, they're moving to the another selling departure period. Next, please. And then the next is the important factor in welcoming Japanese visitors back. And then the number one is 45% said implementation of CHSE protocol at tourist destination. And the second one is the 32% for updating information of border and visa and requirement for travel document. Next, please. And then which destination Japanese people want to visit or recommend to the friend. So of course the Bali 58%. Next, please. And then the online media survey. And then what is the motivation for your further trip? And then, so many times, the many people talking about, they need the information about safe and secure message from local government and tourist office. And then of course, the 14 days quarantine will be lifted. And next, please. And then what do they expect after Corona trip? The number one is again, safety and security. And then the other one is, I told you before, healing and relaxation. This is a very much concern for the agent, the millennium people. And next, please. And then after coronavirus, where they want to go first or they go to consider to go visit. And now the Bali is now ranking number 6. So this is also the quite good position in Japanese market. Next, please. And then what the millennial women preparing for their trip after Corona. And then I want to pick up the 3 point. One is saving money for the future trip. And number two, looking back the past trip with photo. And then number three, searching information by SNS. So now the people still, they never forget the body, so still they want to try to get information and then try to keep body in their mind, which is very good. And then they also, we understand the traveler under the age of 40 will resume their trip age of 40 will resume their trip firstly compared to the senior people. So we are ready to visit the Bali right after government announcing. Of course, the operation by airline will be also big concern. Next, please. Number three, CHSE protocol in Bali. Next, please. The Japan travel agent is understanding how the Balinese people is working on CHS protocol. So we hope your peoples keep going, continue firmly and consistently. And then we love to do that. And then another thing, whenever next time, whenever you inform Japanese visitor of important information, we hope, or please make it everything in Japanese, not English, not other language. And then beside that, we need very much for information of how you handle emergency case. And then our Japanese people, we feel so safe. Next, please. And then number four, existing government regulation. I think as far as I get the information from the other people, it's necessary to simplify document and procedure at each airport in Indonesia when visiting more city. At this moment, those visitors who visit several cities in Indonesia, they have to submit necessary document at each airport. So we hope better to make it one-stop procedure once opening border. Next, please. And then number five, preparation to the welcome tourism from Japan. Next, please. Again, we should say safe, secure, keeping a new normal. And for preparation to welcome Japan tourists, these 3 points are very important and should appear for the Japanese market. And it is very helpful for Japan travel agent to provide list of CHSE certified hotel for their easy hotel arrangement, which is very big demand from the Japan travel industry. Next, please. And then lastly, this is the survey result from the Millennium Women. And then Millennium Women need information from travel industries such as fresh voice and the real-time situation in Bali from local staff and the local people. And then if there are any still restriction in the destination, don't do this, something like that. And then in addition, they need information introducing favorite other destination in Indonesia and neighboring country to visit from Bali. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to see you and working together very soon. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます、Narita-san.
Sorry, I made it so quickly.
Such a comprehensive presentation, Narita-san. You've been described really details, and you have made a comprehensive a survey from 500 more peoples in Japan. So I will not talk long that because we've been explaining that really well. Yeah, all the peoples in Japan are still attracted to be coming into Bali, especially in the second quarter of 2021, starting from April 2021. Well, we still have time to prepare that. Allow us to prepare really well in Bali, and then we're ready to welcoming you, all the Japanese in Bali. Once again, arigatou gozaimasu, Narita-san.
Thank you, sir.
We'll be in touch. Thank you so much, Narita-san from Quito in Japan.
Thank you. See you then.
See you later. Ibu Siska, your turn, please.
Thank you, Angga. So this is going to be the last speaker for the first session. It's going to be presentation from China market. Okay, so the speaker will be Mr. Kevin Yi. He is the director of Asia for Trip.com. He will be talking from Singapore. So, Mr. Yi.
Hi, Francisca. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your time. Do we have any presentation for the China market?
I don't have any PowerPoint.
No worries. No worries. So what we're going to do is just that I'm going to ask you a few questions. It's about 5 questions. So the first question is going to be, how much do you and your customer wants to visit or revisit Bali based on your own market survey? Your market ranked number 2 in 2019 with 1.183 million packs to Bali.
Yes, as the epidemic was gradually contained in China from May onwards, the travel demand recovers stably. According to the market survey in recent months in China, China domestic travel has been recovered over 90%. Based on our Trip.com data, the GMV of China Golden Week increased 300% compared to Labor Day holiday on May. However, for outbound travel, most of the Chinese travelers still hold wait and see attitude. From our market survey, over 82% Chinese travelers have the travel willingness, but 90% of them prefer to domestic travel in recently. Because the COVID-19 confirmed cases are still increasing rapidly in global, safety is the most important keyword when Chinese travelers make their travel plans to overseas. But on the other hand, although Chinese travelers' willingness has been severely affected by the epidemic, Bali is still one of the most popular destination of China travelers. Based on Trip.com search data, in 2020, Bali still ranks at number 7 across all the Asia cities. Hence, I believe that the vaccination, with the vaccination implemented and the global epidemic under control, Bali will usher in a rapid recovery in the Chinese market.
Thank you, Kevin. So, second questions. I'm going to say if Bali is going to be open for international tourist arrival, let's say by January 2021, how early will you be able to start sending your clients to Bali? Let's take, for example, 1 week or 1 month. Please take into considerations the flights availability too.
Okay. Based on the previous pandemics of SARS or MERS, the tourism rebound takes 2 months after the case retained. But it is really good news for if Bali is open the border to the international travelers. As you may know, Singapore government just announced to open border to mainland China and start to accept the application of travel visa on October 13. For Chinese travelers with the approved visa, they don't have to take 14 days quarantine when they arrive Singapore. Stimulated by this good news, the unit viewership of Singapore hotels in Trip.com China site will increase 3 times than before. So I believe with this good news of opening border in Bali, it will very helpful to recover the tourism business in Bali. Yeah, but however, I think for opening borders is a two-way measures between two destinations. China market recovery not only depends on releasing Bali's border restriction, but also depends on releasing border restriction from China side. Bali is a short-haul destination for China market. Most of the traveler will spend 1 to 2 weeks when they travel to Bali. 14 days quarantine is the new cost which they have to put into consideration when they make their travel plans to Bali. I think only after China and Indonesia has reached a bilateral immigration policy, China traveler don't have to take 14 days quarantine when they arrive Bali or fly back to China. The China market in Bali will start to be recovered on a large scale.
Okay, thank you. So our third question, what is your opinion about Bali readiness for the new normal of the health and safety protocols?
About the Bali's readiness in new normal, from the information of our hotels partners in Bali, healthy and safety protocols are carried as a paramount points in order to get ready for the travel during the new normal. Certified hotels are adding the confidence of trip guests to stay in numerous accommodation options available after the health certification.
Okay, so that's the opinion about our readiness. And then the fourth question, what is your view regarding the existing Indonesian regulations or requirements for entering the country? Let's say it's Bali, like the e-visa, traveling documents, travel insurance, deposit requirements, PCR tests. What do you think about that?
I think safety measures are still the most important things when government consider to open the border. Before the vaccination implemented, PCR tests, confirmed case checking, health check measures in public places are still necessary, especially for hotels, airports, and attractions. It is convenient to have several rules to protect not only our customers, but Bali as a destination. However, with the expectation of people who to go aboard along with the vaccination implemented in 2021, it would be great to reconsider the e-visa arrangement for leisure travelers, and without any deposit requirement, it will help the tourism rebound in one aspect.
Okay, so one last question. What is your suggestion for our government, in this case, Bali government, to better prepare welcoming tourists from China?
For suggestion to Bali and Indonesia government, I think putting safety measures in place is still the most important policy at this moment. Besides, government can open Bali gradually to certain destination from time to time and analyze the movement, cases, trend, and make it 7 days long trip to Bali so that the movement will be easier to track. Yeah.
So it's contact tracing, something like that, right? So it's
Yeah.
better, it's easier to trace our visitors, right? Okay,
Yes,
so
correct.
that's the 5 questions. Kevin, thank you very much for your time. If I can conclude our conversation just now, It's basically Bali. It's still in China market mind. It's ranked number 7 to visit in your survey 2020. And then as for the traveling documents, like you need to be more, let's say, easier on the leisure. It should be a bit different than the business type of visa, right? Because like you handle a lot of China to overseas, especially to Bali. Although we still have to take into consideration the health and safety measures. And then the last one is that to take into considerations the 14 days quarantine that is required when the China market goes back to China. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's about it. Kevin, thank you very much for your time spending with us in this afternoon on the weekend. Your inputs are really valuable for us. And then thank you.
Thank you and keep safe.
So that's going to be our last 5 countries in the first session. We're going to have about 10 minutes break. So everybody, 10 minutes break. We're going to show you some videos about Bali. After that, we're going to have the India market presentation, and then the rest of the market like Russian market, German market, and also Holland market. And Philippines for the last one. Thank you very much. And Middle East.
Here we are, at the time when practicing a new way of life is the key to today's travels. As one of the world's most favorite destinations, Bali has implemented a new protocol to welcome you once again, while continuing to prioritize your health and safety right from the very beginning of your arrival. From regular disinfectant procedures to enforcing safe physical distancing and temperature checking, those who wish to enter Bali need to show a negative swab test result and download the electronic health card application form from the App Store or Play Store. Sign up, then log in and fill in the forms. Submit your data and get a QR code to be scanned by the officer of the Ministry of Health. Efforts in minimizing direct contact are being exercised by maximizing various digital and online services at the immigration check, baggage claim area, and all the way to your exit. Pickup and transportation services are in line with the new standard of operation. Your hotel in Bali is also committed to extend its new protocols and procedures. Your baggage will be disinfected as you arrive. Temperature check and check-in process will be done with minimal contact with the staff. The staff is committed to providing immaculate cleanliness and uncompromising hygiene, and also making sure you are equipped with the essentials needed, going the extra mile to keep you safe and comfortable. Hotels also follow the same new procedures in all areas of its guests' facilities, such as the swimming pool. Involving local authorities to build an even safer environment in public areas, like the beaches. New protocols are also being practiced for your dining experience, whilst ensuring a hospitable ambience and service. On top of it all, Bali is establishing the readiness of all health services and hospitals on the island, not just for tourism, but for all aspects in everyday life. Simply because, for the Island of Gods, the well-being of humans, nature, and all of its existence is our utmost priority. Bali's new era awaits your new travel story. We are reachable online and on these helplines.
Welcome back, everyone, to the international conference. Welcome back, everyone, to the international conference, Bali Bounce Back, Redefining International Markets. Well, we would like to continue the agenda today. So we want to calling Mr. Firman Sinaga, SST para MSI CHT. He has a chairman of IFBAC. He would like to giving some testimonials about what he's doing in the organizations and his hotel itself in preparing 2021 after the pandemic. Mr. Firman Sinaga, please you have your time. Thank you, Mr. Firman. So how do you do now? I'm very good. Very well. Yep. So I have two questions. What is your preparations in facing 2021 in terms of the health and safety protocols in your associations as well as in the hotels, Mr. Freeman?
Well, thank you for your times. So that our association, Food and Beverage Association Chapter Bali, that we have a member more than 200 integrated to hotel and individual of restaurant also. So we prepare until now, especially for clean hygiene, sanitation and environments. And even most of our member auditor for GSA, that collaboration with governments, we have to do right now and we are prepared very well. And even though in the low level restaurant, middle level restaurants, we did last time for competition, especially for GSA. Government support us very well. Just why we did a lot of things to do this. So for all the world, please welcome to Bali, especially for restaurants. So welcome culinary for tourists and so on. So welcome.
Thank you. So it means that all the people's work for food and beverage organization in Bali are ready to welcoming all the visitors back in Bali. Perfect. So second question, what is your message or hope for Balinese or Indonesian governments in terms of the situations?
Thank you. We hope government please open international because we are ready for welcome tourists for international, because we love tourists to come. We love to serve for you. We love to make happy to you. Thank you.
We cannot live without you. We cannot live without tourism, because Bali is ready to serve. Thank you, Mr. Firman. Very have a good time with you. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you. So we would like to continue the conversation with some presenters, right?
Okay, so thank you, Angga. So back to me. So we're gonna speak with our market supporter, Indian market ranking number 3, supporting Bali in 2019 with 372,000 packs to Bali. And I'm welcoming Syam, Mr. Syam Upadai. He's the director of UNI Holidays. Are you there, Syam? Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Francisca.
Okay, so are you in the office?
No, chilling at home, but
At
excited
home.
for this conversation.
Are you wearing mask? No, right?
No, I mean,
cannot see you.
no one in the room. Can you hear me? And can you see me?
Okay, so
properly?
move forward, move forward.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good enough. Okay, Syam. So we're gonna ask you 5 questions. I have 15 minutes to spend with you and talk to you. So the first question, how much do you and your customer want to visit or revisit Bali based on your market survey?
So I think before discussing on those 5 points, the agenda, if you can allow me, I would like to give the audience the ground reality, the ground report, which is, I think, is the most important thing. First, I will like to give my ground report. The ground report is very promising right now in India market, as Indians are started traveling on a holidays. So when I say Indians started traveling on a holidays, means they are not only traveling to domestic destination, we also started traveling to an international destination. Just to give you the figures, as per the latest report from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, says that by end of Q1, India will reach to pre-COVID level for domestic flight bookings. And on the leisure segment, we just completed a celebration for our biggest festival, Diwali, where most of the tourism, domestic tourism destinations and the weekend getaways were sold out. I repeat again, during Diwali, most of the domestic tourism destination and weekend getaways were sold out. On the international front, Maldives and Dubai has started welcoming Indians under the air travel bubble agreement from September 2020. And both the destination, Maldives and Dubai, are getting very good numbers from India market. 7,240 Indian passenger Maldives has handled from September 15 to November 15. So in 3 months, 7,240 Indian tourists already has visited to Maldives. I don't have numbers for Dubai, but a good numbers there as well. So in short, what I was trying to say before I come to the core point, which you're going to raise, which is the most important thing for all of us, because we had a lot of webinars in the past. We spoke about a lot of protocols and all, but my market, which is India market, actually is ready. My market has already started traveling, not to domestic, but to international destination as well. So my market started accepting the new lifestyle of holidays, which is mask, which is sanitizer, social distancing, and of course the PCR test. So in short, our market is ready for Bali. And hence, I mean, of course, at the last, you should also give me opportunity to discuss more on the sale, because like I said before, we all are excited now for sale rather than discussing the same agendas of only protocol, because my market is ready and I can see from the video that Indonesia is also ready. Yeah. So I'll come to your first point about the response. Few weeks back, there was a viral news. Of course, it was fake, but that created a lot of buzz in India market also about Bali opening from 1st December, and we got a lot of inquiries. Of course, the momentum didn't pick up because it was a fake news, but the reality is people are excited. They would like to travel to Bali, and I don't find any reason that Indians shouldn't be traveling to Bali the day your country, of course, it's my country as well, opens up the border for Indians. Yeah, so good response. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sean. So second questions. If Bali is going to be open or Indonesia going to open for international tourist arrival, how long does it take for you, in your opinion, for your market to come back to Bali? Like 1 week, 1 month? You need to take into considerations also the flights availability.
Of course. I mean, opening border is the most important thing, but what we observe as an organization, because we do Maldives, if there is no direct flight, then definitely chances of getting numbers are not that high. But having said that, let's play the assumption and perception game here, and let's assume if direct flight starts, and if from India, of course, and if the border opens, then I can easily say that from the first week we'll get the business, because Indians have already started traveling to international. We don't need any explanation now from anyone about the protocols, because being a PCR test before reaching to destination, or once reached to the PCR test upon arrival, or once coming back to India PCR, is now been known to every single retail agent in India. So 1 week is a good amount of time. In fact, if you announce from this platform that Indonesia is opening border and it's going to have a direct flight from India on the 15th, let's say Jan or even 1st December, I can say that I can give you the first booking today only.
Oh, that's great to hear. So it's one of the fastest international market to come back to Bali, if the flights are available, if the international tourists can come to Bali. Exactly. Do you take into considerations besides the direct flight to do sort of like a charter flight?
Yeah. I mean, of course, I'm going to use a lot of time Maldives here, and excuse me for that, but it's just that I want to give reference. That's why I'm bringing that destination here. So destination like Maldives also currently a lot of retail operators in India, especially like I'll give you an example. Agencies, I mean, I'm sure you are aware about India market as you've been here a couple of times. Couple of retail agents in India, especially in the eastern part, Kolkata, couple of agencies in India, in Bangalore, itself formed a consortium and started a charter flight to Maldives. So I don't find any reason that the moment Bali opens a international border for Indians, and if even there is no direct flight, operator like me, and of course I've spoken to some of the biggest operator in India also, that we definitely going to go with a charter flight. We have already spoken to a couple of airlines also. It's just that we're waiting for the borders to open. So we are excited, and we're very sure that Bali will be the priority. I also would like to add, just to give confidence to all the audience, because all our leaders here, they lead the team, that India will be probably the first market to travel to your country if you allow us to travel. And having said that, we know everything. So business-wise, everything can come into the place. It's just that we're waiting for the borders to open.
Okay. Number 3. What is, in your opinion, about Bali readiness for the new normal of health and safety protocols?
See, the current, like I said,
we are ready. We are ready, right? So no problem.
Sorry, I think...
Nothing. You shouldn't do anything. Voice unmute, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Better now?
Yep.
Disturbance, it also has a corona impact there. So yes, like I started my conversation at the initial stage, and I spoke about the safety protocol. In fact, at the last, you should allow me 2 or 3 minutes to discuss on the sales part, as once again, I'm repeating myself, being Indians, we're traveling overseas, we know safety protocols, we know Bali is already accepted all the international norms, which we saw just now before this session on the video. Of course, a lot of things the Hotel Association doing, that also we have checked. So I think norms-wise, Bali is doing fantastic. And at the same time, as an Indian, we know everything. So it's just that border opening is what we are waiting for.
Okay, so we're going to go to the fourth questions. What is your view regarding the existing Indonesian government regulations or requirements for entering the country? That's including Bali, e-visa, travel insurance, certain amount of money deposit in your bank account, and also we discussed about PCR test. No worries about that. But the other things like the e-visa, travel insurance, that sort of things. What is your opinion?
Yeah, I think visa on arrival facility was always there for Indians. So if that facility continues, even of course, I understand considering the load on the immigration, probably government may look for e-visa, which we are okay with it. Insurance, everybody's aware that there is coronavirus. So insurance is what we already recommending our retail agents, and the retail agent already recommended to, it becomes almost like a compulsory that when you're traveling overseas, you should have your insurance. PCR test, like I said, we are aware, we are already doing it before reaching to destination, PCR test, upon reaching to destination also PCR test, and when coming back to India also again the PCR test. So I think most of the international norms will remain same, and we expect Bali to exactly follow the same thing, which is PCR test before arrival, insurance, e-visas. I think these protocols, like I said before, we are already been used to it. So I think Indonesia at the right direction, and India has already accepted this protocol. So I don't find any excuse that because of this protocol, Indians will not travel, because all those protocols which you mentioned just now has already been practiced by other countries where Indians are traveling right now.
Okay, so one last question, and I think this is the most important question for you. So what is your suggestion for the government, especially Bali government, to better prepare welcoming tourists from India?
I think PCR test before reaching to destination is, I'm sure, has to be compulsory and must, because end of the day, if it is a responsibility of the government to keep the safety of its citizens, which we cannot compromise. But one area where I personally feel if the government come up with some plan by taking the help of the Consulate General in India or the ambassador in Delhi about PCR only before arriving rather than once they land in Bali, because a lot of people are scared about it. Once you reach to Bali, for example, let's say Bali come up with a plan of PCR test upon arrival. So when you do your PCR test, which is right now Dubai is doing it. So I'll tell you the reason I want the government only to have the PCR before arrival, because in Dubai, once you land in Dubai airport, you have to do your PCR test done. And until the result come, you have to quarantine yourself for 24 hours in the hotel room. Now, these formalities are definitely giving a lot of doubts to the tourist, because once you found, let's see, if you found positive, then you have to be there for 14 days quarantine. So my suggestion to your government will be, if they can take a help of some operators, or of course with the help of consulate and the embassy, if they can authorize few laboratories in India where only you can conduct a test, and that test should be valid in order to avoid the test upon arrival in Bali, will be a great help. Because if you're going to have test upon arrival in Bali for PCR and going to ask tourists to go for quarantine for 1 day, I think probably will have some challenges, which we right now seeing in Dubai. So yes, that's the only suggestions I have. And plus one more thing, insurance wise, because insurance is only covered when you get yourself admitted to the hospital. So if government come up with a plan about allocating some hotel as a quarantine center, and even if we go there and stay there for, let's say, 14 days as a quarantine measure, if that gets covered in the insurance, I think that will going to add a lot of confidence. So I think only insurance and the PCR upon arrival, if we can work out something, we can really have favorable numbers.
Okay, Shyam. So basically, if I can conclude our conversation just now is that your market, Indian market, has already started to travel overseas, and your main overseas destination are Maldives and Dubai. And for Maldives, starting 15th of September until 15th of November, you already got about 7,000 something
240,
passengers to Maldives, right?
Exactly.
That's a good sign for Indian market to travel overseas because they can travel overseas. It's just a matter that Indonesia opens the tourist arrivals back. And then for the PCR test, the suggestion is that because every passengers already take the PCR test back in their own country, if it's possible, then they do not need to take another PCR test upon arrival. Am I correct?
Exactly.
Because if they take upon arrival, then they have to stay in a hotel waiting for the results, and that may be some challenges because the travel insurance only cover hospital stays, not to cover hotel stays if they have to do quarantine. Am I correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think that's the conclusion for the Indian market. Thank you very much, Shyam, for spending your weekend with us. And
it's my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. And I see you when you go to Bali. Okay.
Sure.
That's for Indian market update. Next one, we're going to have Anga.
Thank you, Bu Siska. There was a lovely presentation from Mrs. Sham. Thank you so much. Now we're going forward to Mr. Dia Kamel that represents Middle East markets. He's representing Far East Travel as a Vice President of Far East Travel. Last year in 2019, a huge number of Middle East coming into Bali, 600,000 persons coming into Bali. Yep. Now we would like to hear in details from Mr. Dia Kamels on what the situations going on in the Middle East and the futures of Bali market of Middle East. Well, Mr. Dia Kamels, are you here with us?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
You look really well. Well, thank you so much for your time in this Saturday. So we would like to throw you 5 questions. Yeah. So we straight to the questions, Mr. Kamel?
Yes, good afternoon from Egypt. I'm doing the presentation on behalf of the Middle East. First, I'm honored to be your guest speaker in your conference. I personally have great passion for Bali, okay, especially that I have visited Bali for 8 times, and I'm proud to inform you that Far East is the biggest wholesaler for Bali packages in the Egyptian market in the last 15 years with the cooperation of our strong partner, Asia Collection, Mr. Askan. Okay. We noticed that Bali is destination #1 for all the Egyptian market. And we are using, of course, Etihad and Emirates and, of course, Singapore Lines since we are the GSA. Please.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dia Kamels, we're going to the first questions. How much do you and your customers want to visit or revisit Bali based on your own market survey?
Our customers keep asking when Bali will open, okay? And they are very eager to visit Bali once you set an opening date, and they were expecting that you were going to open in September before you change. And again, Bali is the most popular honeymoon destination for Egyptians, and I think also for the Middle East people. The demand is very strong on Bali in the last 15 years from the Egyptian market, and same applies for the Middle East because Bali is mainly for it's without a visa, and it's very easy to visit. Plus, you have a very big variety in terms of product, and yes, there is a strong demand on Bali, and everybody is asking when you will open. Yes.
All right. So we're moving to the next questions. I will conclude that at once by the end of the presentations. If Bali is going to be open for international tourist arrival by January 2021, how early will you able to start sending your clients to Bali, for example, in a week, in a month, taking into considerations also of flight availabilities to Bali? Excuse me, Mr. Dia Kamel, thought that you mute your speakers. Okay.
Yes, we will be sending our clients immediately once you set an opening date. We are ready. Also, we will send our customers once Emirates Airlines and Singapore Airlines start flying to Bali, because they are the main two carriers which we are using all of the time. So once you set the date, we are ready to send our customers immediately. And Emirates, of course, the main carrier, because they have a direct flight from Dubai to Bali, and they fly on daily basis from Egypt. Yes.
Wonderful. This is what we want to hear from you from the Middle East. All right, we're moving to the next questions. What is your opinions about Bali readiness for the new normals of health and safety protocols?
From my opinion, Bali is ready to open. Okay. Since you applied good health and safety protocols like COVID safe program, and I've heard about the new normal certificate for tourism industry in Bali. All hotels and travel agents and restaurants must apply for the certificate before the opening. I feel that Bali is ready in terms of preparations to open. This is mainly from what I've read, and I think you're doing a great job regarding the numbers and the preparations for Bali. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dia Kamel. So very positive. So do you think that Bali is ready to open, in your opinions? Thank you. Number 4 questions. What is your view regarding existing Indonesian government regulations or requirements for entering the country? And also Bali, some kind of like a traveling document like e-visa, travel insurance, deposit requirements, and PCR tests.
For the requirements, I think that it's very convenient to ask for the e-visa, medical insurance, PCR test. There is no need for the deposit requirement. Okay, if every traveler will have obligatory medical insurance, all of our customers will arrive on Emirates Airlines. Okay, Emirates Airline is offering complimentary COVID-19 medical travel insurance. This will encourage our customers to fly on Emirates to Bali. This is basically a free travel insurance offered by Emirates, and we're using it for all of our Egyptian customers who are flying to Bali, to Maldives, and to Dubai. Whether you fly economy or business, Emirates is going to cover you if you have any problem regarding COVID-19. And also, we are giving our customers AIG travel insurance. So this is an extra insurance. Most of them is covering any problem, and there is no need for the deposit, because people will or the customers will compare. They enter Maldives immediately with PCR without any problems and without any deposit. Same applies for Dubai. So your government should consider the 2 successful cases which are open now at the moment. Yes.
All right. So you mean that you have no issue or concerns about that if that documents are required by the governments of Indonesia?
Yes, but I don't agree about the deposit, because usually people, when they fly to Bali, they intend to stay between 8 and 10 nights, and they have cash to spend on their trip. And if they have the PCR test, they have the e-visa, and they have medical insurance, you should not ask them for a deposit.
We're taking notes on that in regards of the deposit requirements. We will pass this information. Of course, we will simplify the requirements in entering the border of Indonesia. Well, last questions, Mr. Dia. What is your suggestion for Bali government to better prepare to welcoming tourism from your country?
Sorry, we are on the question number 5.
May I repeat? What is your suggestions for Bali government to better prepare to welcoming tourists from your country?
I'm suggesting approved labs for rapid PCR test in Bali for arrival and for departure, because now all of our customers, they have to do a PCR in Egypt before they fly on Emirates, and they have to do another PCR before flying from Bali back to Egypt, okay? Every flying sector, you have to be ready with official labs, okay? The health authority in Bali must make sure that all hotels can deal with any positive case for any tourist and to offer quarantine at the hotel or public hospitals for mild cases. Hotels must be reasonable in the quarantine cost since it will be for 14 nights. Some tourists prefer to make the quarantine inside their hotel and instead of going to the hospital. I'm suggesting also PCR test before arrival to Bali and PCR test upon arrival to Bali. Tourists can get the result on an app inside their hotel room within 4 hours and not 24 hours. This is happening in Dubai. You do the PCR upon arrival after you enter Dubai, and you download an app, and you wait for the result. Once you are clear, they send you a message to go and have fun. Okay, for Bali, you have to be very specific about the
All right, so you are suggesting to Bali governments that having a rapid test when you're entering Bali,
Yes.
and then, yep, and simplify the regulations of some kind of quarantines rooms in the hotels.
Yes, and you have to give all of the tourists that there is two options. Either you make quarantine in the hotel or you make quarantine at the hospital. The problem is, like my colleague from India was talking, the medical insurance, they only cover your stay at the hospital. They will never cover your quarantine at any hotel. However, some customers prefer not to stay at the hospital if the case is mild. Okay, so you have to be ready and to be clear in your instructions. Where are the tourists going to spend their quarantine, whether in the hotel or whether in the hospital? Most of the hotels in Maldives, okay, they have a preparation in the hotel, like a separate wing if you want to make quarantine inside the hotel and the case is mild, of course. And also you have to be ready. Sometimes there is suspected cases for COVID-19 while you are flying or at the airport. So some people do the quarantine to be on the safe side. They are not only for positive cases. So you have to be ready that some customers will suddenly decide to make quarantine if they have a suspected case on the flight or at the hotel or at the airport. Okay, and you must be ready with all of these instructions and to make it simple, because people, if they see a lot of restrictions, they will not fly. And as Egyptians, our airport opened in the middle of July, and people are flying, okay, and everybody's doing the PCR, okay, and everybody's waiting for Bali. Egyptians are very familiar with Bali, and we urge you to finalize the opening process with the authorities and the airlines, because this is the most important. And you have to apply what's happening in Dubai. Maldives is a simple story. You enter with the PCR, nobody gives you a hard time, and you go to the resort. But Bali nature is different. You have a lot of places and a lot of locations, and you have to be very specific. What if someone going to stay in Ubud Hotel, which is 1 hour and a half from the airport? Some people go to the beach. You have to inform the tourist about your steps and process in a very simple way for the PCR test, and to make it easy.
All right. So we understand of your concerns in regards of the quarantines, because that is also not will be covered by the travel insurance. Right. If I may conclude, your presentations is actually the Middle East markets is really ready to travel to Bali once Bali border is opened. They are very keen to travel to Bali and really excited. And once Bali border open, they are immediately coming to Bali. Yep. And in regards of the health and safety security, do you think that Bali is already ready to implement the health and safety procedures? And you are very positive in this point. And also the deposit requirements, the points that you are not really agree of this, we will taking note on this and pass this information to the government to simplify the requirements to entering Bali borders. Well, I also heard some news that most of the Middle East countries that opens already since in September. That's really amazing. Some kind like Cyprus, Turkey, most of the Middle East countries. That's a good signs that we are ready to open the border together. Is that true, Mr. Dea Kamel? What do you think of that?
Yes, all of the Middle East countries are recovering faster than Europe and faster than the US, okay? And even faster than what's happening in Asia. People are not worried from flying. They do the PCR. They fly from Egypt. They fly from Dubai. They fly from Turkey. The things are easier here. The numbers are lower, and people are willing to travel because everybody is not very happy from the lockdown in his country, and he wants to fly. And in Egypt, for instance, we don't have any lockdown. We only have protocols for health, and everybody's wearing mask. And same for Bali, you have to do the mask wearing as obligatory, and you have to impose big fines on people because if you wear a mask, you solve the problem. I see that the Middle East is ready to travel better than the European market and better than the US. The numbers are low, people are not worried, and we are more willing to travel.
Mr. Dea Kamel.
Yes.
Very positive. Thank you so much. This being a very happy information for us in Bali that Middle East market is going to be a big numbers of people who are coming into Bali once Bali border opens. Thank you so much, Mr. Dea Kamel. Please stay with us. Please stay in touch. We're going to have you after the along with the presentations. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch, Mr. Dea Kamel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and for having us.
We continue to Ibu Francisca with the next presentations.
Thank you, Angga. So next we have Russian market update. Is Ms. Oksana here? So representing to speak about Russian market, we have Ms. Oksana Kors, Head of Indonesia from Pax Travel. So Russia arrivals to Bali ranked number 12 in 2019 with 143,000 packs to Bali. So Ms. Oksana will present the questions in PowerPoint presentation. Are you there?
Yes.
Yes, you're there. Hello. So presentation, you will have 15 minutes, Oksana, please.
Thank you very much. Good day to all the participants of the conference. Snow greetings from Russia, Moscow and Pax Company. Sincerely welcome you.
Hi, Askan, how are you? Yes, how are you, Askan?
Oh, yes. First of all, I would like to say that Russian tourists love Bali very, very much. Pax Company has been working for 28 years in the tourism market, and we have been working with Indonesia destination for 22 years. Annually, we increased the volume of tourists sent to Indonesia by 20 to 30%. In the year 2019, we sent 2,500 82 tourists. Before the pandemic, our company cooperated with the world best airlines such as Singapore Airlines, Qatar Airways, Emirates, on the basis on all year-round block transportation. For us, Bali is not just one on the destination of our company. It is our key field of activity. It is very important for us, Bali, to be reopened as international tourist destination. Question one. For us, it is excuse me. Since the introductions of restrictions, and actually until today, we have been receiving dozens of everyday requests from our agents opening of Bali destination and about the condition of stay. Slide one, question one only. And this is not only potential tourists who are planning to visit Bali to their first time. Very often they are tourists who have already been to Indonesia and designed to return again. Pax Company is well known in the market as one of the leaders of Bali destination. Our activities didn't stop during the quarantine, and we did not remove tour package to Indonesia from our website, but on the contrary, we maintained the website in working order with update prices. But unfortunately, without possibility to book them. Almost all the tourists who could not fly in connection with their closing bodies had postponed their trips for 2021. And we hope that their journey and the dream of their vacation to Bali will come true. For the safety of our tourists is in all our tour package, we have included medical insurance covering treatment of COVID-19 from the Russian insurance market leader that is in Gostrach company. As soon as the opening date of Bali for Russian tourists is announced, tour package sale will be opened immediately. We are really for this. In case of opening bodies on availability of air transportation, we are confident in January 2021, we will be able to send at least about 230 people to Bali, Russian people to Bali. Our intention to cooperate with airlines on basis of block transportation didn't change. Question 3. Next slide. Yes, thank you very much. In Russia, we have a folk wisdom, and it sounds like this: you never know until no try. We are sure the effort of Bali and Indonesia as a whole are doing all possible to protect their citizens and tourists. So let's try in together, open the borders and give you the opportunity to enjoy a long-awaited vacation. The practice of countries which are open for the international markets has shown that it is quite possible to provide safe holiday for tourists with the joint observance of all safety precautions. A positive example of this is Turkey, which according to the statistics of Ministry of Tourism and Culture, received more than 5 million people from all over the world, of which 322,000 were Russian citizens, while the epidemiological situation remains favorable. Please, next slide. Yes, thank you very much. Of course, all the measures and requirements that Indonesian government offered to enter the country will be offered to potential tourists. But you should take into account that countries that are ready to accept international tourists offer quite loyal conditions that support to increase the tourist flow. Competition in the region will grow. Tourists who have not been able to travel for 8 months will choose not only their favorite countries to visit, those but those that will offer loyal condition of entry to the country. In our opinion, here are sufficient requirements for entering the country. 1. Negative PCR test. 2. Free visa, as today electronic visa is a very expensive item for the majority of Russian tourists. Medical insurance. The Russian tourist market is confident that Indonesian government of Indonesian and the province of Bali particularly will create comfortable conditions for entering the country of paradise, which is a favorite vacation destination for thousands of Russian tourists. Please, next slide. Thank you very much. I am grateful for the opportunity to give my recommendation and I will only be based on the experience that we have today, since a number of conditions or countries have opened their borders to tourists from Russia that are Maldives, United Arab Emirates, Serbia, Tanzania, Egypt. First of all, it is, of course, compliance with all the main health and safety protocols. Issued in the both in the countries in connection with the pandemic. Some countries are waiting for our tourists with a negative PCR test, and a number of countries are ready to accept Russian tourists without a PCR test. In our opinion, for potential tourists who are ready to fly to Bali, it will not be very difficult to have a negative test and the medical insurance shows as the main since
1 more minute, Oksana.
Yes. This is safe. Yes. Problem? But getting a visa should be simple. Russian tourists. 1 moment. Talking into account the fact that the visa has been cancelled for Russian since 2015. The condition for visa formalities should remain the same as you before pandemic. Tax companies thank you once again for the opportunity to express our point of view on all the issues discussed, and we hope much that the border will be opened as soon on possible for Russian tourists who are longing for the magic country of Indonesia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Oksana. Spasiba, Oksana. Spasiba. Spasiba, right? Spasiba, Oksana, matur suksma. So few things I can get from your presentation is that I like very much your statement, the Russian saying, you never know until you try. So the second one, it's that Russian, it's very familiar with charter flights. So charter flights will play a huge roles if we open the border, and then the packs will start coming back to Bali. And then the last one is that for our government to reconsider back to visa on arrival and the cancellation of e-visa. That's the update for the Russian market. So next we have Angga.
Thank you. So thank you, Mrs. Oksana and Ibu Francisca. Now we are pleased to welcome from German market presentations that represents by Mr. Joen Krauser, Director of Asia der Touristik Deutschland GmbH. Willkommen, Herr Joen Krauser. Wie geht es Ihnen? Hello? Willkommen, Herr Joen Krauser. I think that's your mic is muted. Do you hear me clearly? Hey, Jorn? Because I cannot hear you. Can you please check at the bottom of your computers? Is your mic are muted?
Can you hear me now? Now you can hear me, right?
All right. Welcome, Herr Joen Krausers. Welcome.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hi. You can hear me now, right? Sehr gut. I didn't know. You want to do this in German? We can continue in German, no problem.
Ich spreche Deutsch a little bit. Very nice to have you here, Joen Krausers. It's a big honor for us in Bali to have a director of Asia from der Touristik Deutschland today and on this beautiful Saturday. And now we would like to have some questions, 5 questions that are going to be our concerns in the futures of Bali, right? I'm sure that you have been figuring out those questions with you. Can I start the questions?
Please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, how much do you and your customers want to visit or revisit Bali based on your own market survey?
Okay. Will you use my presentation, the presentation I sent? Can you show that?
1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute. Can we have 1 minute to check because I haven't received your presentations. Probably if you have your presentation at your computers, can't you help to represent it?
Yeah. Let me see.
Excuse me, operators, do you have your presentations? All right. Tut mir leid.
You have it, right?
Herr Joen.
Kein Problem.
Okay. Tut mir leid. The operators
so you
will play presentations.
I think it's better when you do it from your side.
All right, we will present your presentations from our side.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much. So how's the weather in Frankfurt now? I thought that's
bad enough to desperately want to board an aircraft and fly over to you.
Bad enough. Yeah, it's
Bad enough.
entering winter season, right?
It's chilly, it's foggy, it's gray, it's 10 o'clock in the morning and not very bright.
Yeah, yeah. I'm still remember how the colds of Frankfurt and also Munich, German is really cold.
Yeah, exactly. We are. Yeah, it perfectly fits to the shutdown we're having in Germany.
But I also heard some not quite good news that the numbers of infected people in Germany is increasing now.
Well, yes, it depends on how you see the figures. Germans are very conscious and disciplined. At the moment, with the shutdown light, we managed to at least flatten the curve. But we have 80 million people here in a relatively small country. So given this large number, I think the infections are not that bad and the health system can still handle it.
Sure. We're going to continue that later, Jorn. Now we are ready to present your presentations. You ready?
Fine.
Thank you.
I am, if you are. All right.
Yes, be there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, I must say. I think this is a great move of Bali, of Indonesia, to listen to the world and to learn from other countries how they see tourism at the moment and how they see the bounce back possibility for a destination we all love, like Bali. Just to introduce myself a little bit, my name is Carsten. I'm heading the Asia and Indian Ocean Department for their touristic. Together with a small team of experts for the destination, I'm responsible for the business to Asia of 5 German operators under the roof of their touristic.
We can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Is there signal problems at your place? Can you please continue, continue the presentations?
You hear me?
Yeah, now it's good now. Yes, please
All right.
continue.
Okay. So just a few words about the touristic. We are the leading, at the moment, number 2 leading European tour operator. We're part of the River Group, the tourism branch of the River Group, which I explain a bit about later, has at the moment 11,000 employees. We are active in 16 markets in Europe. And by the way, the company is more than 100 years old. We started with almost 30 years ago. We started with the tour operating. Tourism is worth roughly 7 billion euro in revenue for that group. Please, next slide. As I said, we are present in 16 countries. Of course, the leading market is Germany, but we are present also in Benelux, in France, in the UK, in Scandinavia, and in the Eastern European countries. Yes. Next slide, please. What is very important to know is that our mother company, the River Group, is one of the largest food and supermarket, food supply and supermarket chains in Germany. The Rewe Group, the trade company Rewe, R-E-W-E. When you travel through Germany, you will see those supermarkets everywhere. Only this brand, Rewe, the core brand, has more than 3,000 supermarkets all over the country and many, many other supermarkets all over Germany from those other brands. Why is this important to know who we are? It is important because now, of course, tourism all over, within Germany, within Europe, and long haul is shut down. So there is more or less no turnover from tourism. But with this strong group in our back, we are pretty much safe and perfectly settled. Because now, as you can imagine, supermarkets are having like Easter, Christmas, all the good and turnover heavy times all together in a couple of months, because more and more people who cannot go to restaurants have to supply themselves, and they generate more turnover than ever with our mother company, which counts into the stability of the whole group. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, sure. We have 7 more minutes. Thank you, Mr. Jorn.
Okay.
Continue.
Go ahead, please. Just to let you know, we have our own DMC chain in Bali. We are settled there with Go Vacation Indonesia. But in those countries you see here on the map, we have our own DMC companies, which I think in these COVID times is very, very important. Next slide, please. In Germany, as you might know, our core brands are Der Tour, Meyers Weltreisen, and Jahnreisen and ITS Reisen. Those brands are you will see those guests you will see coming to Bali. Next slide, please. Okay, very pretty much increasing is our business all over the world, from Eastern European countries, from Poland down to Romania. Good to know. Next slide, please. Okay, the Germans go long haul. You know, our basis, our potential clients are 80 million people. Only 17% of those travelers who are traveling are going long haul. Asia is over the past 10 years has been pretty much increasing in business. Vietnam, Indonesia, and Cambodia are those countries with the most increase. It increased by 50-60% over the past years. Just to let you know the importance of Asia for our market within the long haul segment. Next slide, please. This is the demand situation in 2019 for Bali. You can see here all the requests which have been made, like in clicks for Indonesia, for Bali, for the departure months. So our main is actually September, October. Those are the travel months most requested. The red figures, you see our market share. So it's roughly up to 30% our market share to Indonesia. The curve which you would see now for 2020, of course, goes down to zero from April. It's everywhere the same. And for 21, it's quite flat, that curve. But you see a sharp increase in demand the very moment you would open the country. This is very, very important to know. that people are really, really waking out there to travel. But the country has to raise their hand first. You know, when the country signals, yes, we are open, the people will come. I show you. Next slide, please.
Wow, this is amazing.
What is really important. What is really important to know is we are ready when you are ready. So don't wait for us to increase our demand. We wait for you to open the country. Next slide, please.
Yes, we will.
So what we did, Seychelles, for example, an island destination, as you know, archipelago in the Indian Ocean, also very important for Germans as a destination, only 9 hours away. They opened their country. They were taken off this cruise of the Robert Koch Institute in Germany. So German government gave green light to travel. Right away, we chartered an airplane from Condor Airlines. As I said, it's only 9 hours away. Boeing 67 can make it to Seychelles. We started selling it and promoting it on October 8th for departure of November 13. We sold 7 nights stay in Seychelles, and already by November 6th, so in less than 4 weeks, we have been 80% sold out. This is what you can see here is the press release of the Seychelles Tourism Board. It was a great success. Although I must say that shortly before departure, Seychelles Tourism Board, because of the increasing number of infections in Germany, told us that we would need to do with our group of 230, roughly 230 people, had to do a second PCR test after the 5th night of stay. But we managed. We organized it at the spot, the second PCR test, and not one of our clients has been tested positive. So it was a huge success. Here you can see some of our feedback from our clients, and also travel agents have been joining. It was everything super organized. And one was saying it is easier to be hit by a coconut than to be infected by COVID-19, she was saying. So it was just a great thing, and we're ready to do this to Bali. The only thing is, I don't think that the Boeing 767 would make it right away from Frankfurt to Bali. But anyway. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, what are the possible entry requirements? Of course, we flight availability on regular carriers. We have opened the destination of the Maldives, even if there is a travel advisory in place, but still we opened Maldives. And every day we get 2-digit number of bookings to Maldives, also on regular, or most of them, on regular carriers, such as Emirates. So it's very crucial when you open your country to have those carriers in place. What we need is straightforward immigration regulations. So we need to know what you need from us. A negative PCR test usually is needed to entry countries in abroad, long-haul destinations. No problem. But we need to talk about if the 70 hours lead time, which most of the countries are having now, is really possible, because the travel time is up to 20 hours to Bali. And then it gets really hard for the client to get his PCR test in Germany in time. A health authorization online is possible. People are used to it. To have a valid insurance, including COVID-19 protection, is possible. So this would cover the cost for a possible quarantine in your country. This is possible. People are used to it. A defined length of stay for the first 6 or 7 days in only one establishment without changing hotels. This is possible. People are used to it as well. 2 more minutes. I got it. Thank you. Mandatory second PCR test in the country, I would say, is not advisable. It might be done, but then it has to be very, very good organized. We don't want to have our clients lose a day or more just to get this test done. Deposit requirement is not advisable as well. You know that Thailand was asking for it and now puts this off their list. It is just not really manageable. We, as Dataristic, we are working together with an analytic laboratory of the REWE group. As you know, when you handle food, you have to do a lot of analytics. And this laboratory is working, this institute is now working together with us. When we open the country, probably we would define a small restart hotel portfolio, which would be promoted especially promoted. And this we would need to have checked by this analytic institute beforehand. This just to let you know. We are working very closely with the German government and we just want to do things right. And you need, I think this is very crucial, experts, destination experts in the country to organize everything right away and from scratch. We have Go Vacation in place with a very, very experienced and dedicated team. We're very proud to have them there. And I think when you open, we're there. Yeah, all will be fine, I'm sure. Next and last slide, please. Please watch other countries in restart. Watch what Thailand is doing and watch what they are not doing anymore. Look at the deposit requirement. They had it in place, they took it back. There must be a reason behind it. So it's also Seychelles, very, very organized. All their regulations are in the web. Have a look and look how other countries are doing it. Please listen to international hotel chains like Hilton, Marriott, Starwood, all these chains. Not that I love local hoteliers, I love local chains, and I know that our guests love it. But in terms of health protocols and all the sanitary regulations, of course, they are international hotel chains are extremely professional because they come from their business in other countries, in the US, in Europe. Look at their health protocols and see what you can implement in your countries. Learn from tour operators and benefit from restart experience. As I said, we are restarting business long haul to Seychelles, to Cuba, for example, in the Caribbean, and to Maldives. Let us talk and let us discuss on a regular basis what can be done, where are you, and when we know where you are in the process of restarting, we can be ready more easy and have our teams in place, have our portfolio in place. But at the moment, we could open the portfolios from one day to another, and I'm sure there will be bookings from one day to another. The booking curve at the moment is very, very last minute. So you could expect clients within, let's say, 2 weeks, I'm sure.
Thank you, Haryo.
I think my time is up already. As I said before, thank you very, very much, also in the name of my team, for the opportunity to talk to you, to share our experiences. And we are ready. We are there for you. And you may ask us anytime for any contribution we can make to come soon again to Bali.
Thank you so much, Haryo. A very big applause to you and really appreciate your time. One word, one statement that I highlighting that we are ready when you are ready. It's because we are ready, isn't it?
Great.
We are already here in Bali to welcoming you. That we try to advising, giving more consideration to the governments in regards of the opening the Bali borders. What I'm highlighting from your presentation is you really concerns about the flight's availability when opening the borders, as well as the simple immigration process. Also, deposit requirements is not advisable at this time. And surely we'll be competing not only with the other hotels, but also with the other country, such as the other country of Asia. Well, thank you so much once again, Haryoans. We will be in touch surely. We'll be also in touch with Go Vacation as well. Now we were going continue to Ibu Francisca with the next presenters.
Okay.
Thank you once
Thank
again,
you,
Haryoan.
Angga. So sorry
you. Have a
for
great evening.
running a bit late. Okay, so next it's the market update from Holland. We have Mr. Paul van der Hoeven, Business Unit Manager, Europe, De Jong Intra Vakantie. For everybody's information, the Dutch market ranked number 14 in 2019 arrival to Bali with 116,000 pax to Bali. Paul, are you there? Welcome, Paul. Thank you for your time. So please unmute yourself. We have your presentation ready.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Okay, so we have your presentation.
Yep. Hopefully.
Operator, help. Alles goed met jou, Mr. Paul?
Alles goed. Terima kasih. It's so nice to see you all.
Thank you. We all
From
love
cold and rainy Holland.
Oh, it was raining here before. So, okay, good. So
Good.
we are ready when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let me say thanks to the organization for having me, because this is already the second time I'm able to talk to you from the Dutch market. Just to give you a quick update, there are some changes. I heard Jörn from Dare Tour just before me. The Dutch market is a bit different, and especially the Dutch government is a bit different. And so the answers to your questions are in my PowerPoint, more or less. If you can open the next slide, I can tell you what I have to say. Yes. Just briefly, I mean, 2020 is a lost year for all of us, for everybody who's in international tourism, all the tourism companies. And even here, still expectations are that around, let's say, 30 to 40% of all the tourism companies, and that's tour operators, travel agents, hotels worldwide, are not going to survive this crisis, this pandemic. But there are some positive signs coming up now. The airlines and accommodations, as I said, are facing the same threat. Our general expectation is that long-haul travel will restart in 2021. But we need all these vaccines that are being developed. Nearby destinations from Holland are the most attractive ones at the moment, because actually all destinations outside Europe here in Holland are closed. We cannot go there. It's forbidden. Our government has put every single country outside Europe has an orange or even a red status, which means that you can only go for essential travel, and holidays are not considered as being essential travel. Our government is really very conservative and strict. They promote domestic travel. Right now, we are in a stage where the government advises people not to travel until mid-January 2021. And most people are listening, although there are some signals from people that are not listening and just are traveling. So far the bad news. That's all bad news. It's all negative. So let's really focus on the positive. International travel will come back, and Bali will be one of the first destinations to really start again. Our own surveys say that about 70% of the clients that we had for 2020, that we had to cancel, obviously, absolutely want to travel to Bali in 2021. So that's the good news. There are, however, some critical factors. If you can go to the next slide, please. Right. Here in our country, what is important is this vaccine program, of course. I mean, the whole virus has to be in control. And we are, at the moment, it's still, I mean, numbers are going up one day, are going down the next day, but we have an average of about 5,500 infections per day. And it really has to go under 3,000 in order to be less strict in measurements. So we are in a semi-lockdown, I would say. Schools are still open, the shops are still open, but we are now also, we are all wearing our mask and everything. And we really have to be careful. We work from home as much as possible. We hope that this number of infections will go down in the next couple of weeks. And then, of course, airline connections have to be restored to Indonesia. I mean, Garuda has one flight weekly. SQ is flying only to Jakarta from December, but not to Bali. And they have no news when they will restart flying to Bali. It all depends also on when Bali opens up again. What might be an interesting discussion, because we are constantly talking now about this PCR test that people would need to have, but what could be a new scenario, of course, is that people have to be vaccinated in order to travel. The CEO of Qantas, you probably heard about that, announced already that Qantas has the idea of only having people on their international flights when they have this vaccine. And that is a whole new situation. I think it's a good development, because it automatically means that people are very conscious and they can only travel when they are vaccinated. Of course, these vaccines have to be accessible. The price level is also important, friends, on Bali. So please don't increase your prices because you had a bad year. Just keep the prices on the same level as 19. That's really an advice from our side. Also, imagine that unemployment figures here in Holland, but also in our neighboring countries, unemployment figures have gone up, so people have less money to spend. And we have to restore trust of the clients in the future. And I'm 100% sure that will happen, but it takes a little bit of time. Next slide, please. In Bali, health and safety are very important. Health and safety programs from the Balinese government, from the Indonesian government, from the hotels. They have to be communicated in a strict way. What would be very good, I would say, is also to have Bali organize a couple of fem trips for travel agents to come over and tour operators to see how the situation is. Make sure that your medical facilities are on the highest possible level. Improve the standards and communicate clear and open about the situation. The price level I told you about, local attractions, excursions, open and safe, of course. And most of all is this health and safety is very important, but also make Bali accessible for tourists. So, I mean, I would be very happy if we could go back to the situation of the visa free upon arrival, because it's making things really complicated. I mean, as long as people are either tested or vaccinated, why would we need a visa or a deposit or I don't know what? That's a bit strange, and it will keep even, there is the danger that it might keep people away from Bali, because in other destinations they won't do that. Next slide, please.
So
Yes.
you have 7 minutes more, Paul?
Yeah, I'm almost done. So what we need is the final opening date. As soon as Bali opens its borders, of course, our government has to change the color code of Bali from orange to yellow. If they don't do that, we are not allowed to travel. So it also depends on our government, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So as soon as that happens, we'll launch promotional campaigns. We need support from the Indonesian Ministry of Tourism or the Balinese government. And FEM trips are very important. We have to regain confidence, clients, travel agents, etc. Next slide, please. So these difficult times have a huge effect on our business. In the lower picture, you see our local DMC Marin Tour with Ibu Yana Paredi. Feel free to contact them. I wish you all the best and keep strong and safe. Kuat bersama. I'm sure everything will be back as normal, but we need to be patient and make sure everything is okay. Terima kasih. And see you hopefully on Bali.
Okay, so Paul, thank you very much. Danke well for your presentation. Few points that I can take, it's we should be strong, stay strong together. We open, it depends on the timing, I guess, between PCR test and then vaccinated. And then we need, as a Bali destination, change from orange zone to yellow zone to be able to receive international guests from Europe, especially Belanda.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Paul? Okay, then. I think that's about it. That's the question. Again, thank you very much for your time. I miss so much how to say veel plezier to the Belanda guest. So thank you very much again. So I give my mic back to Angga. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you so much, Ibu Siska, and also Mr. Paul. We all miss in landing in Amsterdam, but we're going to do it soon one day. Well, now we are straight going to the Philippines market. The Philippines market is the last market that we're going to represent today. It's represented by Ms. Michelle Reyes Victoria. She's the President Director of Golden Eagle Travel and Tours in the Philippines. Yep, and the numbers of visitors in 2019 is 900,000 people coming into Bali, numbers 15 from all around the globe to Bali. These are amazing numbers, keep increasing in the last 5 years. And by the end of October, they are able to travel internationally. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Ibu, Miss Michelle Reyes. Welcome, Miss Michelle Reyes.
Hello, Angga. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
Is my audio okay?
Yes, your sound is very clear.
All right.
You hear my voice clearly.
Wow. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here in this international conference. And of course, I'd like to say good day to each and everyone, to our keynote speaker, Deputy Nia Niskaya, guest speakers Putu Astawa, IGAN Rai Surya Wijaya, and of course, Dr. Yoga, our host, and Angga. Hello. And to all our esteemed presenters and participants joining from different countries this afternoon, it is a pleasure for the Philippines, for me, for you having me here now.
Yeah. Your presence today is very important to answer 5 questions. I'm sure that you have already the presentations, and our operators will play the presentations, and you can
before we do that, maybe I could, you already introduced me as the president and CEO of Golden Eagle Travel and Tours. Let me tell you about our company. We are in 23 years already in business. And Bali is one of our top destinations for leisure for the past years. We also started bringing in international students from Philippines to Bali for an educational tour. You have a lot of good stuff there, the culture, the food. The Green School is a very big thing for our international students here in the Philippines. But due to the pandemic brought by COVID-19, everything was put to a halt, right? So it is my pleasure to be in this conference, and I would be glad to discuss to you to gauge if Bali is ready to accept visitors from the Philippines.
Thank you. Now we're going to play the presentations. You are pleased to represent it in 15 minutes. Ms. Michelle Reyes, please, your time.
All right. Okay, so you have sent us 5 questions, Anga, and the first one is how do you and do our customers want to revisit Bali based on our own market survey? But let me answer that on the reasons why do Filipinos go to Bali. First and foremost is shopping. Okay. Shopping is one of the best things. Shopping is the most favorite thing of the Filipinos to do. So in Bali, clothing and other commodities are really you do have a very, very good price. And of course, the second reason why Filipinos go to Bali is the Instagrammable spot that you have there. I'm sure everyone will agree that we've been seeing a lot of so in social media, we are seeing a lot of pictures of the famous bird's nest, the famous wing. So those are one of the best reason why people are going to Bali. And another thing is your accommodation. You have variety of accommodation from backpackers to high-end travelers. And I must say, you really have your rates are relatively very good as compared to other destinations. Another reason is the beaches. Although everyone knows that the Philippines have very good beaches as well, but of course, generally, Bali is a volcanic island, which means the sand are kind of brownish, but you have very good spots, very good beaches, also private beaches that people really go to. And lastly, Bali is kind of small in terms of traveling. So you can see Bali in about 5 to 7 days. You can actually visit the whole areas, the tourist spots of Bali. And this is because you have very good infrastructure. You have very good roads to do that. So with these five reasons, Filipinos would definitely go. Bali will be one of their top destination when it's already time for us, when it's already open. Maybe I cannot, of course, well, unlike the Russian, German market, they're ready to go when you're open. But unfortunately, we're kind of in the conservative type, just like Holland, that people will be testing waters. So I hope it will be your health and safety protocols will also be at place for the Filipinos to have confidence in traveling again to Bali, right? Now, with regards to your Bali's health and safety protocol, you have at least 4 upon arrival. So wearing face mask. Secondly is the health alert card. It's good for contact tracing. Thirdly is the physical distancing. And the last one is, yes, always wash your hands. You know, basically, I think this is the same with all the countries. We are practicing this. I guess this is, in the absence of vaccine, these are the best way that we can protect ourselves. And right now, the Philippines is also doing this. We have added face shield, of course, with your face mask. But I guess as of now, this will do. Your health and safety protocols are more or less in place. And then with regards to your Bali entry requirements, the first one is the travel document e-visa. Before the pandemic, Filipinos enjoy visa-free arrival. So right now, everybody is being required to have a travel document or the e-visa. But hopefully, when your government opens, Filipinos will continue to enjoy a non-visa requirement. All right. Secondly, the travel insurance. I guess this is one of the best requirement that we can give, not only for the incoming, also for the Philippines, for the outgoing or the outbound travelers. This is one requirement that that the travelers need to have the travel insurance. So I'm okay with that. Third one is the deposit requirement. I don't think this would be a welcoming requirement for all the travelers, because aside from the fact that they have already that they have, of course, the cost of the plane, the accommodation, the tours is already, I don't know if your rates will be the same after the pandemic, but the deposit requirement is an added cost for the traveler. So I don't think it's not a welcome requirement. Okay. And then for the fourth one, the PCR test, I think this is a must for everybody's safety. All right. Okay. Now, our suggestions for the Bali government. I hope the government will listen to this. This will definitely welcome more tourists and make them confident that your country is safe. And the first one is a complimentary PCR test upon arrival and departure. I think this would be a very good come on for all the travelers, especially in the Philippines, knowing that it will not be an additional cost for them with regards to the testing upon arrival and departure. Next would be, I hope you can also provide a complimentary quarantine hotel upon arrival until swab test comes out negative, because here in the Philippines, it's all in the cost of the arriving passenger. So we are required after the PCR test to check in, and as soon as the negative results are out, there are quarantine hotels. As soon as it's out and it's negative, then you're free to go. So I hope the Bali government can also give complimentary quarantine hotels. And then thirdly, maybe upon arrival, you can also provide hygiene kit upon arrival, like mask, sanitizer, just a small one, so that just to make sure that everybody is protected. And lastly, if vaccine would be available, that will be a very good come on also. If the government, if the Bali government can also give complimentary vaccine upon arrival. All right. So that's my presentation, and I hope we have given you more or less how the Philippine market is. But you know, unfortunately we're not like the German market, the Middle East market, as I've heard earlier. But maybe it'll be, the Filipinos will be able to travel the first or second quarter of the year as soon as you open, because as I said earlier, Filipinos will be surely testing the waters first. All right.
All right.
You have any questions, Anga?
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you.
Very comprehensive presentations about your feedbacks of 5 questions that we're throwing up to you. If I may conclude your presentations and the others presentations from the first until the last presentation is you. So the Philippines are really miss everything about Bali, and you're really keen and confident to travel back to Bali again. And then about the deposit requirements, that not something that really agreeable for you. And also some other complementary things, PCR tests, quarantine hotels, hygiene kit, and also vaccines. The vaccines that would require for the Filipinos markets. So my last statements, closing statements. Thank you once again, Mr. Reyes. Really appreciate your time this Saturday. I would like to give, thank you so much. I would like to give some closing statements from all the speakers that we have today. The government needs to have one integrated information covering travel document and translated properly in English. And also immigration process must be simpler and served with smiles. And all the stakeholders in Bali are really keen to hear a comprehensive structure plans from the governments when our border will be opened in making this dream come true. Also that wants a structured plans from the governments. We Indonesian Hotel General Manager Associations will be so proud to involve and hand to hand with the government, shaping the future of Bali. Yep. Let us do this together because this new era is never one been before. Thank you so much. Probably Ibu Francisca have something to edit. Well, thank you, Ibu Francisca. And now we pass the speech to MC. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you again soon in Bali. Thank you, Ibu MC, please.
Thank you very much for our lovely moderators, Mr. Angga, along with Mrs. Francisca. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all for International Conference Bali Bounce Back, redefining our international market. Lots of valuable things that we can get from all the great speakers over here. That was wonderful. And let's holding hands together because we believe with all of your support, we hope Bali will soon to rise and always be the best tourism destinations in the world. Even the world changes, Bali remain beautiful as it is. My name is Shindy Merita, together with all the members over here. See you again. See you very soon in Bali, and let's draw your smile in the island of God. See you.